Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Dungeon Lounge. My name is, yet remains, Elizabeth. Hello, how are you this evening? I hope you are doing well. Hello, Flora. Hello, Rogie Rat. Hello, Alosin. So lovely to see you all this evening. So you're probably wondering, like, hey, your thing is really sparse. Where game? Where all that stuff? And yeah, I am planning to still play one shot. I mean, the description did not lie to you. I would not lie. I'm very, very honest. I just figured, I didn't, given how this game has been, I didn't want to inadvertently cause anyone to miss anything by me booting up the game, and then it's like here's like a flash of a message that appears for like 5 seconds and then it's gone forever. So, given all like the immersion breaks and things like of that nature that have happened so far, so I decided I would start streaming without the game already turned on. We're about to find out whether or not that was a mistake. Yeah, all right. I hope everyone's doing very well this evening. I am very I might be in the process of making a bad decision. I had a very filling dinner, and then I'm like, I want to stream with snacks, so I brought gummies. So we'll find out whether or not that was a good idea or not, or if I should have listened to my tummy when it said it was full. You know what, me. Hello, Mal. Also, I've got a new drink to try today. Here, I took a photo of it. This is what I'm drinking tonight. Woo! It's a Sailor Moon drink. And I don't know what a pomelo is. According to Google, because my curiousness did overcome my laziness. According to pomelo, it's a type of citrus. So I'm assuming that puts it in the lemon lime family. Anyways, that's my drink. Now I am going to actually open the game. Let's see how this goes. There's the game. 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 Okay, this is off to a wonderful start. The window closed. It closed on its own. Game. Let's try this one more time. Oh, there we go. That's working better. That's a game. That's a title screen. All right, good job. This is like the original title screen, if I recall, from the first time I started. Cool. Guess I just needed a second to realize I did because the instructions that I was given at the end of my first playthrough was to delete my save file, which I did. I deleted my save file, so we're gonna see what happens as a result and if I'll be able to do the second playthrough. Yes, gummies are a good idea. Actually, I'm gonna have one right now before I. How? Start. It would help if I'm actually on the game window, wouldn't it? There we go. OBS is not the game window. Oh. Okay. So far this is like the original playthrough. The same dedication. They still very much miss Felix, and that's still very sad. Yeah, we're about to find out if I wrong window. There we go, right window. Where the changes are, because the game's still pretty fresh in my brain. Whoop. Hey! Hey, baby! How you doing? Hello? This, I feel, is different. I think he was quiet up until I left the room. At that point, I don't think he was talking, but we'll see. Elizabeth? Yeah, this is already different. He's already asking for me. Hi, baby! Our boy is here! Wait, why did I say that word? Uh-oh, do you remember me? Elizabeth. Why does that sound so familiar? Because we've been on a journey together. Alright, so, dusty books, too dark to read, so this is so... PC. Input password, password hint, documents. Oh, okay. This is different. Alright. Said documents. Let's go to my documents. We're already doing this. Okay. That's the... Oh, there's a whole bunch of new files here. Oh, okay. I better share this. Or not. Let's see how it goes. Okay. It looks like you were able to remove the restriction. In that case, you are ready to continue. The necessary preparations are already in place. The session might run a very different course, depending on your actions. If you can recognize my symbol, you will know what you should do. I confess it will be risky. The probability that the entity's condition will worsen is quite high. And if that happens, then gotta go to the next file. Here we go. File 2. Look at me, asking you for favors, only to become so apprehensive once you agreed. I understand if you wish to leave some questions unanswered. I understand if you do not believe in a happy resolution. I understand if you are simply afraid of what might happen. Because I am afraid too. I'm sorry, I think I burped a bit there. As I said, I ate a pile of meat for dinner, and that decision is going to come back to haunt me. I'm gonna have to reopen these files because there's some letters that are like especially enunciated, which I think is the password hint that I'm supposed to be looking for. I'll just start writing that down. So we have an L, lowercase. We have an S. I think that's uppercase. We'll just note letters for now. Okay. We'll go back to that first file briefly. There was an S and an O. Okay. All right, third file. If you enjoy the world as is, if you are satisfied with the story as is, if you really do not want to see anything changed, for better or for worse, then pretend you never saw this. Carry on the session as you normally would. Do not use my journal for anything other than what you were already familiar with. This option will always remain for you, though. Okay, so that's why I implore you to consider the Messiah. Oh! Hello. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Eternal Suffering 25. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Dungeon Lounge. I'm narrating the document that appeared in my documents. Hello, I hope you are doing well this evening. Sorry, I'll repeat that section. The Messiah, the world, my children. They all deserve their good ending. Thank you for listening. Goodbye. Alright, so looking at the capital, the special enunciated letters as I went through that file, those 4 files, I got the word solstice. And it doesn't look like capitalization is an option, so we'll just do. So if you, awesome, great. I like some backseating. I as Flora will acknowledge, I didn't figure out the water pill in my, because I did the prior run last 2 weeks. I didn't figure out the water pill, and it bothered me. It bothered me so much. I spent like a half hour, and it was already too late. I'd already bypassed the point at which I think I could have still fixed the water pill. I'm still obsessing about this water pill. I should type in the password. I see. Okay, so we're gonna first do the password, which is solstice. SOLSTICE. Okay. Yay, I did it. Access granted. Use your brain, but use that limited smoothness. Okay. Hello. Hi, entity. How are you? I have bypassed your thingy things. You found me. I did. Hello. Why? Because I didn't like the first ending. You're already too late. Not much of this world remains. This will be apparent once you go outside. This place was never worth saving. Do you still want to try? So, okay, so this is similar to my first playthrough. Then remember this. Your actions here will affect Nico. Your mission is to help Nico leave. And, most importantly, ... No, this does not feel right at all. Yeah, you can't tell me this. I only have one shot. I'm on my 2-shot. Have we already been through this, Elizabeth? But that should be impossible. You only had one shot. I wasn't supposed to exist after that. Yet. Yay! Elizabeth? That sounds so familiar. Alright, so the puzzle pieces that originally were here aren't here, but let us do it. Withered plant. Give me my branch! I still need that. Don't need to use the potty? That's okay, Nico. Strange journal inventory. That's required to practice. Okay. Yes, the document indicated that the files from the author that now sit in my documents. It said that I could ignore the journal and play through basically the game as I played through it already. But if I want to try and access, I guess, the golden ending or try and get the golden route, it recommended that I follow his hints once I get the journal, which I believe I get the journal from, I think her name is Silver, the tamed robot that's outside of the mine. I think she's the one with the journal, or no, she gives you the necklace. Where did I get the journal? Did I just find it on the ground? Did I find it on the ground? I'll find it again. I don't worry. Gotcha. Use journals on new black clovers. All right. Hello? Anyone? All right. So if I recall this puzzle correctly, I need to get some booze. Booze. And then we... Oh, I already have the journal. Shows what I know. Nico readies the branch. Ah! Now branch on fire. Fireplace. Something on the ground glimmers in the firelight. It appears to be a small metallic object, wedged into the crack of the floor. Nico digs it out. Thank you, Nico. Key. Acquire sun. Do not be spooked by slightly spooky music. There are no spooks in the basement. I'm just trying my drink now. The Sailor Moon drink. One, I haven't turned into a magical girl yet, so I'm slightly offended. It's not bad. It's a very, like, there is, like, I guess I'm more used to, like, very sugary drinks, like North American sugary drinks. That this is very subtle. It's still good. I like it, but I'm not getting that punch of sugar that I'm used to getting when I have, like, a Coke, for example. Acquire light bulb. Okay, so the abandoned mines. I remember the abandoned mines. Yay, I have my light bulb. Security light. Security sun. Sun. Which sun are we talking about? Sun, S-O-N or S-U-N? Who knows? Maybe both. My son! Oh, wait, I can read that book now. The book, this changed. Oh, we're back to ad infinitum. It said ad finitum the last time I checked it. At the end of my prior playthrough. My son has a son. Equip son. More emotionally damaging! Oh no, that would be exactly what Flora would do to me. Flora is the one that made me play this game. She would make me do the more emotionally damaging route. See, she admits it at least. Late night stream. I usually play late night streams. Ja. Back in the Barrens. Back with all the robots. The untamed robots. There's the tower. Alright. I think there's a crowbar I have to get up here. Or not a crowbar. A metal bar. I make it into a crowbar. Through my intelligence and wit. But I mean I put it through a hydraulic press. Where's the dock robot? Alright, fine. Fine. Oh, there it is. Hello, dock robot. There it is. Hello. A broken half section of railing. Whop! In the bed, which I do not need at this time. And I believe up here is just choking gas, which I cannot breathe. Hello, robot. You'll be irrelevant later. Bye! This is where I emerged. Hello. I have learned now that these are the shrimp of energy from the end of game text. Oh, the robot won't be part of the solstice route? Interesting. Guess I will learn as we go. Here's Profitbot. Hello. Ah! That light bulb. You are here. Me? Yes. Welcome to our world, friend. I am most humbled by your presence. Yes. Thanks. Sorry, I'm a little lost. Ah, right. Allow me to explain some things. May I first ask how you arrived here? I'm not sure. I feel like this dialogue has changed. I woke up in this weird house. It was really dark. Oh, so you woke up in an unfamiliar, dark location? Mm-hmm. Just as my prophecy foretold. Yes. You are the savior we have been waiting for. You will be the one to save our world from eternal darkness. Different game. Again, that's a different game. On the GameCube. I will now provide you with vital information. Please ask me anything. Well, can you tell me about... Oh yeah, there I am. Oh, me! When I woke up in that house, for some reason, I called out a name. Elizabeth. You know that moment when you get to take it to say it's all over. Uh-oh, Mal, are you okay? Just pray, you're just like, don't leave me, my boy. Alright. I'm not sure why I did that. But then, I saw it on a computer too. Ah, that would be our god. Hello, God Elizabeth. Actually, no, I'm not a god. Again, still not a god. Just a shitbird. Shitbird. Oh, right. I feel like I remember something about that. Alula is actually androgynous. Gender isn't officially... Oh, Nico. Yeah, but to say Alula is a little sister. She is called, I think, little sister by Catamus? Yes. Oh, I hadn't realized that. So we will... So, what is a gender-neutral term for child? Like a child of a parent? I guess it would be child. I don't know. You do? Or you do? Wrong voice. But wait, did you not just arrive here? I was the one who was supposed to inform you of that. So, how did you know? It just made sense, I guess. Ah. Have you already contacted Elizabeth, then? Nope. I just have to close my eyes and focus, right? Hey,
Elizabeth? God?
Still not a god.
This is going to sound weird, but have we met before?
Yes, we have, my little baby.
Ah! But I don't know who you are, though. It's just a weird feeling that I have. Oh, I bet I'm just being silly, aren't I? Sorry. But it's nice to meet you, Elizabeth. My name is Nico.
And you love pancakes.
You do. I just contacted Elizabeth, yeah.
Do not be afraid to ask Elizabeth for assistance. You are the Messiah, after all.
Can you tell me about...
Yeah, I'll do these things again.
I'm not sure where I am exactly. Can't see too far off. Everything's so dark.
Our world was not always this dim, nor was it so broken. But time waits for nobody, not even saviors. The world is divided into 3 regions. You're on the fringe right now, the Barrens. That tower you see in the distance once held our sun.
Oh, so that's what the tall thing was.
As you go further towards the center, you will cross the other regions. There should still be a map in this outpost somewhere.
Ooh, map. Can you tell me about... bulb? I found it in the house when I woke up.
Within your hands is our new sun.
Your son?
Yes. Years ago, our previous sun sat atop that tower and spilled its life into the land. But one day, the light went out.
Oh.
The world was still hanging on by a thread. The surface of this world is abundant with an element called phosphor. You have 3 colors, red, green, and blue, which are also the primary colors of light.
I slight amount of science.
I still have to ask them to proceed? Fair enough. Fortunately for us, this element stored light energy from our previous sun. Now it's our only source of illumination, but its energy is finite. When the last of the light dies, our world will too.
Ah.
But now that you are here with the new sun, all is well. You will need to restore it to the tower.
That looks pretty far off.
Yes, so begins your pilgrimage. Also, the sun is fragile, so be careful. If the sun shatters, the world will end in an instant.
Oh.
I may or may have not done that in my last playthrough. Let's not talk about it. Let's go on.
Can you tell me about...
The blast is going on.
Oh. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm not sure about this. I still don't know how I got here. I was just with my mama a few hours ago. Now it feels like I'm in a bad dream. I just want to go home.
Your mission is to save our world. Just as my mission is to tell you about our world. I am unable to help you beyond my programming. I am sorry.
Oh. I think that's all I have to ask for now.
Excellent. I wish you luck. I believe now I need to go to the factory boobaliboo to get my crowbar, or no, to get my stick made into a crowbar. Run crowbar, please. Don't put the sun in it. I already got that achievement. Oh, whoa.
Okay. Ah. You want me to crush the pipe in here, Elizabeth? Oh, but I don't want to get too close.
Stick it in.
Thank you. That was scary.
Yay. But now I have a crowbar, just in case. It's an impromptu weapon. It's important to start all your adventures with a melee weapon. So I think the mine is this way. Mine. There's also, yeah, all the stuff up here. Ah. Document. Ah. You have to wear a mask to go into the bad place. That is important in knowledge. It's true. You never know. There's a safe here. That's got that's the first one of the first puzzles. And And then a broken bit. And then more documents. Which I think I'm pretty sure I've read before, so. Through the mines. I see robot waifu. So there's that. Ah, yeah, there was the robot here. Hello, buddy. How are you?
Strange black plants. They look like clovers. Use the book.
Nope. Nope, that put the book away.
Robot.
Oh. I think you have to talk to Silver before you go into the mine, though.
She doesn't want you to go in alone. She's worried for your safety. Hi!
The light bulb. So, are you the Messiah?
That's what I've been told.
I expected someone taller. Or at least someone that doesn't look like a kitten. That's what you are, right? Some sort of cat?
Nuh-uh. I'm a person.
You got the eyes of a cat.
But cats walk on 4 legs.
Well, either way. A child like you being the Messiah just doesn't feel right.
That robot back there says there's no mistake.
I know. This is gonna sound cold, but I honestly think you were better off just leaving and letting the world die off naturally. The world has been falling apart for a long time. The manner of decay, it's highly improbable that our sun can fix it. You've already seen how bad it can get, right?
We haven't seen much of anything, actually.
This is true. I kind of made a beeline here. Hi!
And can't really just leave.
Oh, so you just got here? Then you must be headed towards the tower.
That's where I'm supposed to put the light bulb, or sun, isn't it?
Yeah, at the very top. We know that the tower contains a force that no one can comprehend. And the power is strongest at the summit. Maybe we'll send you back home after you complete your mission.
Oh!
Don't take my word for it, though.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can take it if you want. Might help you.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, I have many.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wanna play chess? It's a metal chess table covered in dust.
I haven't played chess with anyone else for a very long time.
Oh? Not even with the other robots?
No. Nobody in the Barrens have that capacity in their programming. Nobody here is tamed, for that matter.
There's that word again. Goodbye.
Who the mines? John never did. He has not. Or, sorry, they have not. Wait!
What?
I saw you heading towards this direction. The mines have been abandoned for a long time. I cannot guarantee that it's safe. If you must enter it, it is my duty to accompany you at least once.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you. Oh yeah, and this is where you get the camera.
There's a little gadget on the ground. Looks kind of like a camera.
Well, what's left of a camera anyway. Probably even part of a robot at one point.
Oh,
Or not. I don't know.
thank you.
Do be careful in here. So, normally, you get a cutscene when you talk there. Strange journal. Go.
It's a clover.
Yeah, it sure is. That's new. Are you okay? You were starting to black out.
I saw something.
Huh?
It was like a really short dream just now.
Oh?
I saw something like a robot with a yellow eye.
That's strange. Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah.
You know, now that you've mentioned it, there is a robot who always insisted on going back to the abandoned mines, despite how long the mines have been in disrepair. I hope he's okay.
He doesn't look broken or anything. I didn't really see him, you know? Like I said, it was kind of like a dream. And he was up close.
Sounds like some kind of visual glitch. Or hallucination. Whatever it is that living beings have.
Does the robot you know of have a yellow eye? I don't think I've seen any other robots like that.
I would not know. I've never met him myself. Only heard of him from a friend of mine.
Your friend, huh? Hold on. Something in my pocket is...
My journal! Hello.
What? That wasn't glowing before. What is this?
That was gonna be my question. Where did you get that book?
Oh, it was with me when I woke up back at the house. I didn't really question it at the time. I flipped through a couple pages, but I don't understand a word. Is that just something messiahs are supposed to wake up with?
No, I have never heard of anything like that.
Oh, bye, Nox. Thank you for stopping by. I will see you soon or later. Bye-bye.
But I know who wrote the book.
Oh?
However, I've only seen his books with a black clover on the cover. You went to the trouble of putting yellow phosphor in it. And the fact that you woke up with it in the first place really has me intrigued.
Yellow phosphor? Oh yeah, that's the rare phosphor that people think the sun is made of, right? Well, wait a minute, how did I know this? I don't think anyone's told me about it.
Ah, I can show you if you'd like.
The necklace! My friend gave me this a long time ago. Pretty. Oh, it looks like there's a clover in the necklace too. Like the book.
Well, it is the same person.
Oh.
That's why I think this journal would be important. You said it just started glowing?
Yeah?
That was right after your vision, then. This has to mean something. Maybe you should at least try to read it again? Oh, here we go. Minecart!
Oh, I found this page. It looks kind of like a drawing of this room. Maybe it's telling me we should come here? Which we did already. So, it looks like we're on the right track.
Okay, so I think the clover here helps align you.
One minecart, please. Thank you.
What?
Or what just happened?
I'm not sure. I wasn't looking.
To be honest, neither was I. I was just taking a closer look at the journal. And then I found this page that looks like a drawing of this room. When I looked back up, this smart minecart just showed up out of thin air. Should I be worried?
This looks like a standard issue minecart, though. Which means it's likely to detect the motion in this room and send itself over.
Ah, that does make sense.
I'm just surprised it still works. Guess that means we'll have a working vehicle now. Not sure why you'd want to visit the deeper mines, but if you wanted to, we now have that option.
Is the minecart even gonna fit both of us?
No.
And I wanted you to come with us. I know I've got Elizabeth, but honestly, this place gives me the creeps.
Oh, I can still come with. I'll just have to follow along on the rails.
Doesn't that look a little precarious?
Magnetic rails can hold me in place. It's only ever dangerous to walk on if you're an organic being. Which you are.
Gotcha.
One minecart, whiz. How you do? Be waiting here if you need me. Okay, well, we're getting in this thing.
Okay, here we go.
Journey to discovery. Oh, I have to drive. Candy break. How you doing, Silver? Oh. Creepy sounds. Creepy. Ah, layers of creep. I do not recognize this place in the protocol. This isn't what I'm supposed to be showing you at all. How did you get here? Minecart. I can only think of one person. He contacted you. How long has he been doing this? Oh. It doesn't matter at this point. You are going out of bounds. Whee! Boundary break. Hello, Licky Clock. How are you? We're doing the second run and the computer's already mad at me. You should turn back. Please turn back. Bad things are going to happen. Very bad things. At this rate, Nico will be in danger. Please turn back. But I already did the route you wanted me to do, you butt. Also, you were a butt. You are a mean computer. So I keep going. I think you were just trying to give me spookies. How dare you? Eternal suffering wouldn't make me have eternal suffering. He wouldn't cause his own namesake to occur. Silver, catch up, baby. Okay, thank you. Don't worry. I'll wait for you, Silver. We can journey together.
Oh, the cart stopped. Looks like this is as far as the tracks go. So, where are we?
One of the old observation rooms. Looks like it's still mostly intact. What?
Huh?
The terminal just reactivated. But the power was cut off so long ago.
Weird. Maybe it runs on battery?
No, that's not it. Whatever it is, I need to investigate.
Okay.
Will you be okay by yourself for a bit?
Don't worry, Elizabeth's with me.
Alright, stay safe.
How's the creepy poo-poo? How's it going?
Not ideal. Looks like these terminals are running on a completely separate power source. I can't really recognize any of the data formats on this terminal either. This is all new. Or at least encrypted. I will need to analyze it through my own system. No, don't take it in! It might be spoopies. Might take some time, so you don't need to stay.
I don't like this plan.
For the record, I oppose. Experiencing JPEGs. Hello? I recognize the light in your eyes. You are the person I am destined to meet. Hello. What is your name?
I'm Nico.
Do you know who sent you?
Oh. No. Wait, do you mean who sent me to this world? There was a robot a while back who told me about how I'm the Messiah and stuff. So, I'm guessing Elizabeth sent me? With them being God and all. I didn't do it. I did not. Nope, not me. The robot robot looks a little bit like you even. Maybe you know each other?
I cannot say.
Oh?
A lot of my memories have been removed for safety reasons.
Your memories were removed?
That's terrible.
Blech.
Excuse me. What? Oh, hello! Welcome to the Dungeon Lounge, Nico Superstar GD. I hope I pronounced that right. Welcome. I am currently on the, I believe, second playthrough of One Shot. I believe you might be a fan because your name has the word Nico in it. Hello, welcome. I hope you're having a lovely evening.
Wait. I'm guessing that's less of a big deal for a robot.
I'm going to assume you do not know who sent you. How did you get here then? How did you reach this room?
Oh! We got here in a minecart.
Welcome to emotional damage. Yay! Oh no. I don't know. This is a blind playthrough. I do not know what's going to happen on this. Flora made me do it. This is all Flora's fault. But the minecart wasn't there when you entered the mines, was it?
Oh yeah.
So how did you find it?
I didn't really find it. The robot lady thinks it was just the minecart coming to us, but I remember looking at the journal when it happened. And when I looked it up again, the cart was just there. Poof, just like that.
Interesting. Please show me this journal.
Okay. Okay.
Then it has already begun. Oh, wait, did you put a little magnifying glass on your head? Or are you taking something out of your head? Here.
What is that?
It has begun. Oh no, please enjoy Elizabeth suffering in real time. Oh god. I'm entrusting you with my main memory disk. You have passed the first test by showing me the book. Now you will need to find a way to install the backup.
Install the...
Before you do that, though, someone else is with you, right? Someone aside from Elizabeth. A resident of this world.
Yeah, the robot lady with red hair. She's in a computer room right now.
Then, please do not tell her you found me. At least, not yet. I can't be seen like this.
Okay.
Please help me restore my memory. Bring the disk back once you have the backup. Okay. Residential tracking machine. For reference, an explanation of the symbols. Cross. Medical units are assigned to this building. A robot is assigned to this building. A robot symbol. A robot assigned to this building. Electricity. A power cell is assigned to this building. Okay, so I think we're encountering a puzzle. ProfitBot 0. Backup system 1.0. Please insert disk.
Yep, that's a computer. Alright.
How dare.
What?
Dormitory assignments are not up to date. Please configure the residential tracking machine to continue.
Okay then.
Alright, so I do not remember what any of these are, but I'm gonna write these down. So to get up there though, I think I need the gas mask, which is in the thingy thing. I still have the password, I think, from my first playthrough. If it's the same password, here we go, 63014. Let's see if it's the same password. I'll just bypass that. So 110, 117, 112, 118, 113, 119. Okay. Oh, people are giving me puzzle solutions. Oh no. I was gonna do it. I was gonna learn all by myself. All right. It's okay. Oh, the password on the save changes on every playthrough? Fair enough. My notes have given me my comeuppance. Candy. So it won't work anyway. Fair enough. So, You know what? I like the short route. I know. Let's put it this way. I know how to solve this puzzle. I'm just cutting out some steps. Flora, no. Flora's like, no. You figure out your thing honestly. Yeah. I will say for at least this one, I'm only cutting out the step because I think I did have the right solution, which was go get the gas mask, go to the residences, and I would have been able to puzzle it together. Robot. Med. Emp. Elec. Okay, so. Robot. Robot. Med. Empty. There we go. Have disk. Oh. What? I either wrote it down wrong. Alright, well. Cool. Well, we'll go figure it out then. Excuse me, Silver. I'm gonna get you on the cart. Bye. Bye. I'll be back. Unwrinkle your brain. Alright. I can do this puzzle. I remember it. I have to crowbar that box, and then I have to put the camera lens in the box, and then pop, 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 pop. Oh wait, I have fast travel. That's not fast travel. Fast travel, where are you? Travel. Let's go to the outpost. Yep, there we go. Crowbar to boxy. And then we do the dip, take the camera, and then again. Wait, I have to break the bottle, don't I, to make a new lens? Okay. Yep, gotcha. Yep, I believe I need to break the bottle. Oh, camera plus screwdriver. There we go. Lens plus. And then net. Oh, Mal's playing Warhammer. Thank you for the alert, game. Alright, so then I... Bye-bye. Minecart. Who redeemed that? Mal! Ugh. Alright. I will note I have put a cooldown in terms of the agreement. You'll notice Mal's name is also now listed there, so it's not just me speaking.
Good evening, Mal. How are you, Nya? I hope you're having a lovely day.
I hope that was worth your redeem, Mal. Okay. So, charge battery. Charge battery, go in the hole. Get in the hole. Ta-da! Silver, please be safe. I know I left you in the mine. Flora, why? Alright.
Hi there, Flora. Ooh, are you having a great evening? Are you having a splendiferous evening, Flora? Ooh.
Wait. And now at least I'm spared for 15 minutes now because I put it on a cooldown. Because I remembered. Also, I have a dinosaur gummy. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Do it again. You know what? I gave you your redeem, Mal. I'm not doing it again. You don't get to dictate the terms of the redeem. I can make whatever sound I want at the end of it. Can I redeem? We currently don't have a SpaghettiOs redeem. I do say SpaghettiOs a lot.
The screen says documents. can't seem to make the computer do anything else.
Yep, there we go. One updated file. Documents. Documents. There we go, new code. 430019. Neato. Now close the file because I don't want all of my windows open at once. Oh. I see our G's is getting redeemed already. Alright, back to the safe. The SAF. To the safe. There we go.
A metal safe. Seems like it's locked with a six-digit code. I don't remember seeing any 6-digit codes. Do you, Elizabeth?
43001. I like it when it's nice and convenient.
Whoa, it worked! Wait, how did you know the code, Elizabeth? Still don't remember seeing one.
I have my ways. That's not true. I had help.
Really? From who?
Don't worry about it. It was just a shitty computer that gets angry at me because I'm diverting from the predestined path.
Okay. What's in the safe, Nico? Oh, right. Let's see. Ah, I found a gas mask.
This is where you get the book normally. Now remember, you get the book from this safe. Oh yeah, the squares. I forgot about the squares.
What is that?
Don't worry about it, baby. Is it faster to go around or is it faster to just wiggle up here? You know what? Let's wiggle up here. Wiggle. Uppies. Uppies. There we go. And you should put the gas mask on now.
I should be fine with this mask on.
To the dorms! At least I get to see that big honkin' robot. That's a big honkin' robot. It's cool. Big honking robot. I'm coming to see you.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, hello. What are you doing here? A living person such as yourself should have evacuated this place long ago.
Oh, but I just got here. To this world, I mean. See? I have the sun.
Oh, the Messiah. I do not know what to say. Greeting you was not part of my programming. Have you spoken to ProfitBot?
I think so, yeah.
ProfitBot was built with the sole purpose of greeting you.
Really?
Yes, he cannot speak with anyone else. Oh, that's so I forgot how lonely that was! At least, not with ease.
Oh, that's kind of sad. What are you built for, then?
My purpose is to guard this settlement. Even though the residents have long gone, I must remain.
Ah, why though?
I have not been tamed.
Tamed?
It was not worth the effort.
Okay, bye.
Alright, so what is this? 119. Okay. 119 is... There is a power cell here, which seems to support small machines. Oh, good job, Licky Glock. Yeah, it does have the battery. So right now I had that written down as electric. I will leave it as electric. Oh, you're following. Hi! Unit RM2883417 reporting for duty! I saw that you spoke with the guardian of the settlement. I will now escort you till you reach your dormitory.
What?
It's okay. He just wants to help. Just trying to remember where all the dormitories are. Keep up! I'm trapped in a corner. Okay, you were right. I should have gone this way. Sir robot. This is 113. You know what? I'm gonna put check marks next to these as I check them. 113 is... So we need to check. I believe Nico won't go up the ladder, but if you do this, you can check to see if there's other robots. Yep. It is empty.
I'm scared of ladders.
Or it's okay. You don't have to climb it. I just need to see if there's any robots in there. That's all. 118. Has a robot. But not a medical robot, just a robot. That's, I think, where the error was here. Robot.
Hello. Hi. What are you doing up there?
I am stationed here.
By yourself?
Yes.
Bye.
That's where I embarrassed Nico last playthrough. 117. So far appears to be empty, but we check the stairs, or the ladder. Still empty.
I'm scared of ladders.
Alright. Hello! I see you following me. Oh, nope, that's not it. Which one is this? 110. Hello, Unit RT-384-7201 reporting for duty. It seems that you already have an assigned escort, Unit RM-288-3417. Would you like me to leave?
You can follow me if you want.
Understood. I will escort you until you reach your dormitory.
You're blocking me.
Notes. A broken robot. So does this count as robot or not robot? I will make note of that. Could it be robot or empty? Because it is busted. Depending on how it counts the busted robot. It could be either, but either way. So I have one left, 1112, which I believe is going to be medical, because I do recall there being a medical building. I just have to find it. There it is.
I found it. Ask and you shall find.
Here is medical robots. Yep. 1112 was medical. Ta-da! Okay. So I think we got everything. Okay, I can't fast travel while I'm inside. It will get mad at me. What is closest to the mines? Lookout point? Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Back to Spoop Spoop. Hello, minecart. How are you? Keep going. Go zoom. Ah! This gummy is a cinnamon spicy gummy. I was betrayed. Ah! Oh, God. I hate spicy candy. How did that get in my gummies? Ah! Save me, drink. Oh, hi, Sasha. How are you? I'm sorry I missed you. Oh, good, Silver. You're still here and you're not dead. Good. I love it. Betrayal. I know. Welcome to emotional. I found emotional damage in my gummies. All right, so I'll leave this as robot for now. 17. So this is medical. 118 is robot. There we go. Map reconfiguration successful. Now I did it. Disk. Profit bot 0. Backup system 1.0. Please insert disk.
All right.
I'm pretty good, except for the spicy bad time, because there was a cinnamon candy in my gummies, and I'm very, very salty about it. Oh, I see. It broke off. There's more betrayal in this candy bowl. Oh, God, how do I live? There's 2 betrayals. I see another one. Oh, my God. I have to be careful when I take gummies out of this bowl, or I'm going to make myself suffer. I know, betrayal by candy. 96% complete. Man, this is slow. It's just a floppy disk. Yay! My item success sound is sadder now. I did it.
Does this work?
Let's see. Inserting disk. Rebooting. Spinning. Ah,
Are you okay?
sure.
So, I guess it worked?
Yes. I believe a proper introduction is in order. I am the prototype, originally named ProfitBot. I was built to greet the savior of the old world.
Wait, a prophet robot? Like the one I met? Hey, I was right about you guys looking alike.
Well, the ProfitBot out there is now a gross simplification of my design. That is to say, he is much more primitive by comparison. Embarrassingly so. Oh no. I'm getting outsmarted by the robot, which is fair, robots are smart.
Hey, he seemed alright to me.
You don't understand. Not only is he not tamed, he was tailor-made for this much smaller, simpler world to begin with. I was not. I was built before the real world ended.
The real world?
Oh, right. You don't know. Nico, do you remember the ending?
Excuse me?
The fact that you found me at all means this is not your first time in this world. You have already been summoned to this world once before. In fact, you've already traversed the entire world and went through the tower already. And in the ending, you either put in the sun or didn't. We did the didn't. Because I didn't want my little baby to be alone. I wanted him to go home and get pancakes with his mom. Excuse me, I have hiccups. What matters is that you are here now. Elizabeth has successfully bypassed the one-shot restriction and brought you back again.
Oh.
I'm sorry, baby! I didn't mean to make you do it again! Actually, yes, I did. I would have been the entire... But I did it because I wanted everyone to be happy, not just you. I'm sorry.
I
Thought something was weird. Don't call me mean, Flora!
When I woke up at the house, I called out a name. It turned out to be Elizabeth's name. And then back at the other robot, I even asked Elizabeth if we met before. Felt like such a dumb question at the time.
It looks like you were at least aware of it. To some extent.
It's just this weird feeling, okay? I don't actually remember going through the world. I just remember Elizabeth. It's really starting to freak me out.
Calm down. Robot's like, stop that, just stop. Look, just like how my memories were locked away, yours are too.
But
You're a living being. You don't even need extra hardware to remember. Just close your eyes and focus.
focus on what?
Try to picture a big room made entirely of glass. No matter what you saw in the tower, the top room never changes.
All right. Yep. No way. I was there, wasn't I? At the tower. I've been through the tower.
There we go.
I can't remember all that much, but
I am rolling emotional soak, Sasha. Thank you for asking.
The room with the sun feels like such a long time ago.
It would have been exactly a week. I was playing this game last week.
It doesn't make sense. I already finished the mission. Why didn't anything change? And why doesn't anyone know me? The other prophet bot, the robot lady, none of them remember who I am.
Of course not. The residents do not have that capacity. NPC memories do not last beyond the scope of a session.
NPC?
Don't call them NPCs. They're all my children. You know, the characters, the world's residents. All their past memories are built into their code, but the characters themselves don't really exist until Elizabeth wills it. I don't think I have that much control, dude. I did not code this game. Same story for the world itself. Doesn't really exist until Elizabeth initiates the program. That is true. Flora made me do it. This is all Flora's fault.
Program?
The World Machine. A universe simulator that runs on Elizabeth's computer. That's true. We are in it, right now.
So we're not real?
Oh, you are. Which is why you're so important. The biggest flaw of the program is that it cannot be run independently. It requires mental processing abilities of a real person from another universe. My mental processing abilities are kind of poo-poo, by the way. Laura, no. Let's put the difference in blame now. Think of it like one of your dreams. When you wake up, it's gone. But unlike a dream, the world has a physical location inside a computer, which Elizabeth operates. For this world to continue existing around you, Elizabeth has to be in constant contact with you. If Elizabeth ends the program, the world will go into stasis.
Does Elizabeth know this?
Of course. From Elizabeth's perspective, the World Machine isn't all that special. It's no different from any other recreational game-type software they may have installed on the computer. Don't tell him that! Don't tell him! They can also regenerate the world as many times as they'd like, now that the restriction is nullified. All of that is consistent with their concept of what a computer game looks like. Nico, don't hate me!
So why am I even here? What am I even supposed to save if everything is just fake?
I made him cry. Fake is a harsh word, but...
And why did Elizabeth never tell me about any of this?
I cannot speak for Elizabeth.
I just want to go home. But every time Elizabeth runs the program, I come back?
Correct.
Is this why I feel like... Is this why it feels like I haven't been home for so long?
Oh, hello, Dr. Pep. Welcome. Welcome to Emotional Damage, the game. Maybe. Once you've established a mental link with the world, you cannot break it unless this world is saved. But at that point, the world can never be truly saved.
Why would you create a world like this?
Wait, what?
Why would you make a world that's doomed from the beginning? Why do you keep bringing me back to it? Elizabeth, aren't you supposed to be a kind god?
Oh. It appears that we have some confusion here. Elizabeth did not build the world, Nico. Apparently, yes. Step 3, we're at roll emotional soak. Good. Good, great, I love it.
Oh.
Elizabeth only owns a machine that is able to generate the world from pre-existing code. They actually have a fairly limited control of the events. Yes, this is all true. Thank you for having my back, Prophet Bot 2. The world was built by someone else altogether. Someone you cannot begin to fathom. It was also not designed to be the feudal quest that it is now, but too many things went wrong. There's a type of signal disruption that he never expected. It's eating away at the world, slowly rendering it into an unrecognizable mess. Are you talking about the squares, sir? The mean squares. I know, we're all having an emotional moment. How are you? How's chat doing? Are you enjoying my suffering? Okay, thank you. Even if you bring back the sun, it will not go away.
The square stuff, isn't it? I remember those from before.
Then you know what to watch out for. The creator knows what might be causing it, but there is nothing that he can do. Until now. You managed to find me, after all.
Huh?
You being here was due to his help.
Oh. I guess it has something to do with the journal?
Correct. Looks like he wants to have one final attempt at fixing it. And he might need to do it through you. Nico, do you remember how to get to the Glen? Whatever you did in your last session, you should stick with it for now.
I remember a boat. More specifically, fixing a robot that drives the boat.
Alright, you go do that. You seem enthusiastic. That was sarcasm.
Knowing everything isn't real really does make it feel pointless.
Uh-oh, I gave him the nihilism. I'm sorry I gave you nihilism, baby! But you do want to go home, right?
Yeah, but how will I know that this isn't just another...
Because this session might be the last one. The creator is mobilizing things, throwing everything into one last shot. There might not be enough eternal resources left for Elizabeth to be able to generate another session after this. Just go fix the robot for now. Robot. But please, be careful.
What about you?
I will meet you at the docks later. Need to take care of something first. Okay, bye. Thank you for the plot. Hello, Silver. Hey, you okay in there? I did what I could with the terminals for now, and... It's you. Silver met the robot who didn't want to be perceived. You're trapped in the Matrix, Nico. Who's better, Nico or Alula? I don't know. They're both pretty cute. Like, I'm with Nico longer, so I think I have more attachment to Nico. Home is where the heart isn't broken. Oh, we're too late. I am no longer home. You're the robot that insisted on living in the mines, are you not? My friend told me to keep an eye out for you, should we ever cross paths. Likewise. Your friend gave you something the last time you saw each other. Can you show me what it is? Wait, you know about the Ember? I just asked to see it, didn't I? Alright, here it is. Thought so. He seemed to trust you, so I will treat you as an ally as well. Okay. Please listen carefully. You need to escort the Messiah for the remainder of the Barons. I predict a high concentration of square particle disruptions in the near future. Hey, was Silver coming with me? No way. Yes. Way. It's likely that structures in the vicinity of the Messiah might be affected, making it far more treacherous pilgrimage than the previous. Oh no! Oh no! Oh hey, Nox, you're back! My favorite line from Alu is when she simply says, fish. Fish. My best moment of Lou is when she kicked the block. Because, damn it, Nico, you should just kick the block. Elizabeth and the Messiah need all the extra help they can get right now. Understood.
Okay.
Guess we should head back soon. Even without the squares, the mines are not a safe place to be. Come on, I'll wait for you outside.
Wait, I want to ask you. She left.
If you're going to ask her about being not real, save your breath. None of the people here know the predicament. In fact, I don't think they can even comprehend it. It would be in your best interest to just pretend like we never had this conversation. Causing mass confusion in the world's residents will likely result in unfavorable conditions for you.
Alright. Wait, then what about you? How do you know?
We never had this conversation, remember?
How dare you use your own words against me? Hello, Silver.
Oh, you had to go store food because... Oh, pizza?
What?
Yeah, that's not much of a pizza. I'm sorry you had not much of a pizza, Nox. Come on, let's go back. I remember it. What happened in the tower. What I tried to do. And how you managed to see through it all. We have been through all of this.
Hi!
Even though it was only supposed to run once, you still managed to come back. How did you come back?
I'm not telling! Shh, a secret chat, don't tell!
How did you bring Nico back? And then, you even managed to break out of bounds. Bringing Nico to places that never should have been It was him, wasn't it? No. And now... Nico is upset. What even happened in that room back there? What, you didn't see?
I'm not summarizing if you did not perceive. That's your fault. You should be omnipresent if you want to see things.
What did Nico learn?
Not telling.
Nico is upset. I can feel it. I told you to turn back, Elizabeth.
I don't listen well. You can ask the other members of the Dungeon Lounge. I have a problem. It's called not listening.
But you've chosen to trust that man instead of me. No, not even that. Just his book. His ghost. This world is not real. The people are not real. Nico is upset.
Oh, thank you for waiting for the 15 time down. Okay, we're going into Uwu Nyamo double time. Okay. Nico is Nya. No, meow. You're making me give this game have a weird sense of gravitas. Everything Uwu is Nya. Wrong! Uwu!
Okay, I'm stopping. You got your weird read of some game words. Squares! No! Square. Ah! The minecart! Earthquake.
The tunnel back out just collapsed.
I hope that was worth your 15-minute cooldown. Some Nox just want to watch the burrow. This is true.
What are we gonna do?
Wait.
Hey.
The exit just caved, didn't it? I saw this coming, but this is a bit more sudden than I anticipated. Both of you, follow me.
Where to?
The way out.
Okay. I can follow instructions.
He says the exit isn't here, but must be hidden.
Hello.
Okay, all of us are here. There's an emergency exit behind my computer terminal.
Ooh, shovey shoves.
He said it in a way that makes it seem like maybe he does. I don't know. I've kind of interpreted it more as just as an expected outcome of like, yeah, we're messing with the intended course of the game flow. So yeah, it's like, oh good, it did this already. Good, great, I love it. And now you die, Mr. Bond. We do not want anyone to stumble upon this route, so the terminal has been weighed down. It cannot be moved by normal means. But with our combined effort, it might budge. Maybe. I am not strong. Oh no, poor not strong robot. I am not strong either. Silver might be doing the most of the work.
I'm not that strong either.
That doesn't work. We might need to dig around it, and you could have just asked. Silver's like, step aside, this is my job. Phew. Come on. Show off. Whee! Uh-oh. Meandering. Back up, minecart. I don't even know where this tunnel leads. Oh, well, yeah, she Amazon strong. I would appreciate it if you do not linger here.
But I love you.
Oh, you have nothing else to say. Okay, fine, I'll get the...
So this is the way out?
No, don't tell me there's more emotional damage! I don't want electric boogaloo damage! There wasn't any data on this path in the server room. It's new. Nico, get in the minecart.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going. We're going on an adventure. I got a whole party and everything. We're gonna have a great adventure. I tried. No! Shush, 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 shush. I really did. But destabilizing. I'm sorry, Nico. I tried to protect you. But I can't hold off for error.
What was that?
Here too? Watch out! Go, go, go! Go, go, go! Move, move! I am hitting right! Go, move the cart! Silver? Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm fine. I can still hold it up, but you two need to. You, robot! What are you waiting for? Take the child and get out! Come on.
But what about her?
No! Ah! Out! Come on.
Hey, Silver.
Oh, now I get to go right. Uh-oh, what squares? Ah! No!
What do we do?
You have to take this.
What? The memory disk, but...
This is where we part ways. Nico, the path ahead will lead you to the Glen, right by the city gate. When you're in the city, go find someone named Cedric. Give him the disc. Ah! Oh no, that's a new one. When did that one get added? Al, when did you add that? I'm gonna scream.
What happens if what if the squares...
Hurry!
Here. Turbos.
Jesus. Not sure what my voice to text did there. Oh, you didn't mean Sedgwick. Is that the name of the...
Elizabeth? I don't understand. The world prophet bought what he was saying. Is this world really just... Is it?
the truthful answer is yes. But I feel like no is not a lie either, because it's like everything you perceive is through what you like. I'm getting a bit philosophical here, but what makes it real? Is it real because it is as you perceive reality, or is it real because it means something to you? If that makes sense. Put the pedal to the floor. The robot survives. Don't do me spoilers! Oh no. I'm gonna say yes for now, if only because I don't want to be like, oh, you lied to me. It's like, no, yes. In Nico's understanding, yes, the world is fake. Okay.
Normally I wouldn't believe it, but it just adds up. Everything adds up.
We're gonna keep going right now, okay? Also,
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I can't fix the world. I can't go back home. The world is already so messed up. The squares don't get fixed. What will happen to the world? Where would I even go? Oh, sad baby and cart. It's okay. We'll get you. We'll figure it out. We're going for the golden ending. The golden ending. The yellow phosphor ending. We're going. Poor baby feels very alone. I'm here. I promise I'm here. Bear is still here, even though we're panning out. Don't tell him that, Dr. Pep. They all lived happily ever after. The end. I should put the lid back on my pen before I dry it up the ink. There. Oh, sad baby. I remember something. I remember what I did at the end. I remember being in a dark room. There was a light at the end of a long hallway. Yep. I thought I was going back home, but I don't remember a lot of the details. None of it matters now, does it? I just got brought back anyway. Uh-oh, my baby. I'm sorry, we're gonna fix it. We're gonna make it all better, I promise. All better. Oh, we're here. Hooray. It's like parts of the ground are missing. I wonder if it's safe to walk across these vines. Way to find out, I guess. It is safe. They're safe. Forth, back and forth. Oh, sorry, to see the... I'm seeing some of the sound alerts. I'm not hearing them all. Like, I heard when G's was used, I can hear G's. But I'm not hearing okay. Uh-oh, Squares is... Oh no, Squares is... Isn't that the city gate? Yeah, that leads to the city part. It's a little bit broken. Sorry. We're gonna have to maybe go around. How you doing? You always say the same thing. So yeah, here's the original nap time room. Oh, the bridge is out. The bridge is broken. The bridge is broken. The bridge is broken.
Okay, so we're gonna have to go through that door that I was ignoring. Yeah, they're all, I guess they are just coming through maybe very quietly. The G's comes through very clearly. Yeah, I know Mal was talking about, like, I think we're just gonna have to, we recently added these sound alerts. We'll probably have to do something to increase their volume. Make them louder. The deeper ruins are ahead. Please note that they are partially flooded. Oh yes, okay, I remember this part. So Alula is trapped in here with the viney vines. I had to leave behind the sun. Mal, no. See, that one I heard. I heard Mal, no. That was me. I said Mal, no. Squares. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I don't see the vines now. Or at least not as blocked. So this, there we go. I can still go this way. But that's blocked off. Okay, that was originally a puzzle solution too. Oh, you didn't hear it. I heard Mal no. But yeah, if it didn't come through on your end, yeah.
Must be too quiet.
It's okay. You don't have to know how to type, Flora. I believe. I still understood the intent of your message. Hello, person. 2 children reside near here. And this is the block, right? Yep, there it is. Mortal foe, the block.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's right. You kick it.
I remember something about this.
Yup.
Never knew it'd be so easy. Ow, my foot, ow.
Oh no, your baby! He hurt his toesies! His poor toesies! So that's where Maze is. I'm just gonna... There's one other path I wanted to check. Okay, yeah. Not his little bitty kitty nosies. There's a small block, to be fair. So, I'll go check out the kids' room. Maybe I can steal that fox plushie now. I remember. Alula said no touchy. Oh, there they are.
Oh, the door.
I knew we'd lose our home eventually, but I wasn't expecting it to happen so soon.
Oh, geez. Are you guys okay?
Oh, my stars. You're the savior. It's an honor to meet you.
Yes.
I invite you inside, but as you can see, our home is overrun by the squares.
It's got squares in it.
Yes, Alula, thank you.
It's getting everywhere now, isn't it?
Oh, here's a bit. Okay. Oh, I see. You're doing that testy thingy. I've seen that testy thingy. I've seen it in shares on the social medias. Oh no, that's the... I'm trying to... Sorry, I've got gummies. And the deception candy that tastes like cinnamon hearts that is spicy. I refuse. Still there. Huh?
Squares. There are way more than before. Even the gate to the refuge is destroyed now. It didn't happen last time.
Last time?
Nothing. Almost let that slip, Elizabeth. Guess I should introduce myself again. My name is Nico.
Nico. Oh gosh, would it be rude not to call you by name?
No worries, Calamus.
Whoopsie. How did you know my name?
Not again. Messiah just knows these things, Calamus. Right? Yes, of course.
Yeah. You were saying about the gate?
Oh, right. Looks like I can't get into the city through the old gate anymore. Do either of you know another way to get in? I remember...
We don't speak of the last time. We cannot break the brains of our precious NPCs. They do not know how to comprehend. Okay.
I heard that there's some sort of hidden passage hidden around here somewhere.
Oh, passage to the burial grounds.
That's the one.
Oh, but I'm not sure if that'll be any use here. It's been flooded for a long time, and there's no boat. Not to mention, the burial grounds itself is pretty far from the city.
That's okay. I would still like to see it. It's the only lead we have.
Alright, in that case, please follow us. Follow the bird, children. This way. Go faster. Here's our little clothesline. Your little clothes. Oh, well. At least the courtyard is unaffected for now.
We usually get to the burial grounds through our friend, but he wasn't here. He hasn't been here in forever.
Normally this courtyard would be where we meet up.
I hope he comes back soon.
I have to do 2 sweet baby voices. Also, I have to go ring this bell.
Bing. It's a ball. That's mine! It doesn't bounce around as much as it used to, though.
I cannot have the ball.
Fish! Fish!
Fish! Fishy fish. This is where we need our boat. And here's a clover. You glowing? Nope, not yet. I haven't met the conditions. Oh!
Nico! Nico, we're wrong!
You look like you're about to faint.
It's not the first time it's happened.
Oh?
Earlier, I was in the Barrens, and I saw something like this, too. It was like a dream, but only for a split second.
Sounds like a vision. Like something a prophet would see.
I guess? The robot lady I was with earlier had a fancy word for it, though. Wait. Let me check something. Whop! Oh! I was right!
Huh? My book is glowing.
When I had the vision back at the Barrens, the book started glowing too. I wanted to see if I could get it to happen again, and...
Where'd you get that?
Oh, I had it with me when I woke up in this world.
It looks like one of our friends' books.
Except it's glowy. That's what the lady said too. Elizabeth, let's see if we can do anything with the journal in this room.
No, we're gonna go check that out. We gotta go check on Maze. 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 Then we'll do the glowy journal thing. Journal turned off. That's okay. Whoosh. I did not steal the book. I am not a book thief. The book is mine. Oh, hello and welcome to the Dungeon Lounge, El Espectado. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Thank you for joining me on stream tonight as I am playing This is the Dungeon Lounge. I am playing One Shot. Ha ha ha. We'll get the... Don't forget to do the poll this time. Well, we'll see. If I'm doing the golden ending, then I don't need the poll. I will save everyone. There will be no sad choices. Just the suffering on the way there, apparently. I will drink more of my soda to comfort me. Okay. Mel! I have decided this cooldown is not enough. 15 minutes is not enough. You guys just wait 15 minutes and then do it. Okay, fine.
Hello, Mal. How are you, Nia? Nya, nya? Meow, nya.
Mal, no. See? Nox gets it. Did it on my behalf. Thank you. Thank you, Nox.
Nice. Savior.
Anyways. But yes, thank you for the follow. El Spectado. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Yeah, okay. You're here to see me? Nox has betrayed me. First he was like, no, I get you. I get you. And then he redeems the woo-woo. Okay. I gotta stretch. Arthritis is illegal. Yes, this is true. Stretching is good. Alright. But I do have to woo soon. Okay. The settlers are very soft. We are gonna have to go through and intensify them. Alright.
What happened to you, Uwu? Hold on, Uwu. I need to concentrate, Uwu. Uwu?
I don't know what those exclamations mean. The islands will collapse.
Uwu?
Okay. I think we've woo-wooed enough. Okay. Mal does no, because I wanted to do it. Everything is Mal's fault apparently this evening. I'm sorry, Mal. If I don't do something, that's why the vines.
Oh, she's trying to hold the island together. Oh no. Huh? You're making the vines grow. Is that why there are vines everywhere? Are you trying to hold the land together?
My powers. The best I could do. Yes.
That's... Should I leave the sun here for you? I know you wanted to see it.
Tempting. But I mustn't. Sun brings me comfort, but stress is good. For this, fear is good. Makes me strong. Vines grow faster. But if I'm at ease, the vines might retreat. They're all in danger, Savior. The villagers, the children, the sheep. Not the sheep. Especially that creepy sheep that goes bleh. Oh no. I hope you're not stressed all the time, Nox. I hope you get to relax at some point. You should take some time to relax if you can. This is for everyone in the chat, not just Nox. This is for everyone in general, not just people in the chat. My final hours mustn't go to waste. People deserve to live, even if just for another day.
Can I give you a hug before you go?
Do not worry. I am fine.
You just want to look at it? You can at least look at it.
Do not worry. I am fine.
Sorry.
My true name is Atlas. Bearing the weight of the world, Dr. Pep. Oh no. Oh no, Nox, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I agree. It's like a never-ending thing. It's like when I don't have a job, I'm stressed out because I need money and what have you to pay for things. But when I have a job, I'm stressed about the job. That's very much me. So we're going to switch items back to journal. And we're going to go look at the journal thing. Oh no, we're coming up to more soak. Yeah, I know. I'm rolling ones on all these soak checks. I'm just going to take my emotional suffers. All right, so journal, turn back on. Yeah, there we go. Glowing journal. A platform. Or is it a boat?
A boat. Whoa.
How did that boat get there?
Okay, I'm pretty sure it has to do with this journal now. The exact same thing happened back at the Barrens.
Seriously?
The journal was glowing, so I wanted to take a closer look at it. Then I found a page that looked like a drawing of the room we were in, and then a minecart showed up.
What?
What?
What? That sounds freaky.
No, it doesn't! Elizabeth must have done something.
Still.
Hey, we have a boat now. We can go to the burial ground and visit Mom again.
But
Come on, Calamus. Nico and Elizabeth are with us. It's a big boat.
well, if Elizabeth made the boat appear, it should be safe. I will not bring up what happened on the minecart. Everything fine.
What do you think, Elizabeth?
Oh, okay, that was asking me. Oh, you might get your job back soon. Oh no, I see. Yeah, I remember you telling me that you lost your, like, the circumstances under which you lost your job. I remember you talking about that a little bit in a prior stream, that you basically got, she set you up intentionally to fail, if I recall, so. Get in the boat!
Here we go!
Oh no, I can only go left or right. If I try to go down, they just look at me. Stop looking at me with your adorable eyes! Stop judging me.
Ooh.
Fun boat adventure.
La 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 la.
We're seeing the fireflies, and you get nice little close-ups of our bird children friends. And now Calamus can't see. Take that, Calamus. Maybe they shouldn't trust me, though. I'm a dum-dum. Oh, no, I still can't go up or down.
We made it!
Come on, Alula. Let's go pay our respects.
Okay.
Lots of graves.
It's a gravestone.
Lots of clovers here, too. Is this a thing? Nope, not glowing anymore. Still a gravestone. Oh, some of these are transparent. They're like, down here. More gravestone. Oh, there's a person. It's you!
Ah!
You,
My name is Nico.
Ah! Nice to finally meet you. No, wait. It's a pleasure to be acquaintance at last, Nico. My name is Cedric.
Oh! I'm supposed to be looking for you too.
I'm aware. Prototype had contacted me earlier saying that you would be on your way to the city.
He did?
He sent me a message after his memories were restored.
Oh.
He told me to wait in the city, but I thought it'd be faster for me to pick you guys up. Turns out, that was a terrible idea.
Pick us up? Wait, you can fly that plane?
What is a plane?
That thing behind you.
Yeah, it looks like a plane, dude. Oh, you mean the flying machine?
They're called planes in my world.
Oh. Oh, hey, that fire's blue too. You guys told me the only reason the other fire was blue is because he had the stick of alcohol on those, because alcohol burns blue. Does that mean that's burning blue? I did not realize they existed in other worlds.
Wait, are you the friend that Calamus and Alula was talking about then?
It's a plane. It's a pretty good plane. Oh wait, no, I got it. I got it. You made me pun.
Is this the same flying machine that they were talking about?
I do not know anyone named Calamus or Alula. I think they're meant to be friends with my father. In previous iterations of the...
Your father?
He was the original owner of the flying machine. It's one of his greatest inventions, actually.
Your dad invented planes?
Flying machine.
It's cool either way!
Thanks. But to answer your earlier question, I'm proficient in operating the machine. But something weird happened to the engine when I was in the air earlier. I had to make an emergency landing on this tiny island before I crashed into the city wall.
You almost crashed? That's terrible.
It was not pleasant, I will admit. The fire is blue because red is too costly. Oh no! I wonder if the engine problem has to do with the square particle disruptions. I wish my dad invented planes. I checked, but there isn't any of that square stuff inside the machine itself. But I noticed some islands in the Glen are really messed up now. They are? Oh, did I get it there? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. I guess I should have listened to Proto in the first place. Say, where is he? He said he was coming with you. Is he still back at the main islands?
Oh, actually, back at the Barrens, there was a cave-in, and then a bunch of squares. He and the robot lady, neither of them made it out.
No.
He did give me this, though. The disc he pulled from his head.
Oh! Oh, thank goodness. He gave you his main drive. As long as I have this, I should be able to bring him back.
Really?
It's gonna be hard, but yes. You need all three of us for the big door. But first things first, we need to find a way to go to the city.
Right. The city gate is kind of kaput now.
If this machine was working, we could just fly right in there. I've isolated the issue with the machine, but I can't repair it with the stuff I have on hand.
Oh, what's wrong with it?
The battery in the engine is dead, and some of it has some gears that need to be replaced.
You think you'll be able to fix it if Elizabeth and I help you find those things?
Maybe. The problem is, the Glen isn't exactly a very high-tech area. I'm not sure if we'll be able to find anything so specialized here.
We'll try anyway. Can't really do anything else right now.
Bye, Cedric! We're gonna find you some stuffies. Also, I gotta check on the bird children. Do you have a battery or skiers?
Hey, do you know where I can find a battery?
Good question. We don't really use electricity in the Glen.
Ah,
Oh, but there are robots at the research station. If there's a battery anywhere, they'll know where it is.
gotcha, thanks. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Licky Glock.
Oh, your uncle helped invent a type of computer cable. What kind of cable?
I'm curious, Sasha.
Yeah, we'll just put it in gum and we'll just duct tape everything back together. That's how you make planes work. You just use duct tape. It's fine. Hello, bird baby.
Do you know where I could find some gears?
Gears?
What's that? It's like a metal circle thing with teeth. A circle with teeth? That sounds so silly. Like something Magpie would have. Magpie? You know, the trader guy. He collects all sorts of funny stuff. I mean, he even keeps around broken glass and junk. Oh, yeah. I think I know who you're talking about. He's such a weirdo.
Alright, so I think I've done what I can here. Please admire your mom's grave. I'm guessing it's this grave. Have a good admire. I'm taking the boat. Please don't be injured or screwed into squares while I'm gone. Bye! Whoever certain plane operators probably does. I'm sure there's been a lot of very sus repairs to, ding. Also. Oh, can't have it. Back to here. Blah, blah, blah. Can't go there. Alright, so there was a section, like, I'll try to go back out, actually, here.
Oh yeah, I'm inside. Okay, so we'll do this instead.
Look. What do you mean? I'm outside! Alright, I'll see how Maze is doing, because I worry about her. Maze. Maze. Maze.
Hi. Hello. I, have something to ask of you.
Yes?
It looks like most of the bridges around the Glen are broken, and...
That's right. Bridges. You need to cross them on your pilgrimage. Would you like me to fix them?
Yeah! Is it possible?
Difficult. Bridges are in very specific locations over water. Need to find the right points. Vines must be very strong, too. An undertaking. But possible. I intend to use the last of my strength. Please stand back.
you okay? Are you... Hi, Kuro. Maze. Technically, if she's a plant, she is not dead, because if the plant is still fine, she just may not be communicative anymore. That is my intended. Okay, yeah, of course, Solosin. Thank you for stopping by. Have a great rest of your evening. Thank you for stopping by as long as you did. Yeah. Ah! Why would you say that, Nox? Ah! Ah! But yes, good night, Solosin. Gear shift, gear shift. I will do my best to take care. Oh, she did it. Thank you. Thank you, Maze. It's Twoo. You did arrive just in time for some more emotional damage. Apparently the second playthrough of this game is just damage all the way down. This bridge to the forest was just restored. Village evacuees should be able to find better fishing spots here. The plant spirit is really looking out for us, isn't she? Yeah. What's this way? The sheep! I see you, sheep. The land fragmentation is happening faster and faster now. But it looks like the vines are slowing it down. Hello, other bird child. My mommy is making food for everyone. I want to help her catch fish, but I'm not a grown-up yet. We won't last long now, will we? Sun can't fix the squares. Sun can't restore the land. Ah, sheep. Ah. Oh, you're the trader guy. Sure am. You here to trade? Because if you are, then I got bad news for you. What? Why? A lot of my stuff is back in my cart, which was sadly abandoned while I was running for my life. So my collection is very limited right now. Managed to grab some of my favorite things before I left, though. Oh, do you have anything like gears? Gears? The metal spinny things? I don't think I have anything like that. Wait. I do have this box thing that you can wind up and play a song. That's a music box! Yeah. I bet there's a lot of little bits in there. Oh, that might work. But I'm not sure if I want to trade it away. It's one of my favorite things. Oh. What am I saying? You're the savior. Things have been getting bad around here lately. If I don't help you, I might not even be around much longer. You need this to save the world, right? Take it. You're so nice, I don't have to do a fetch quest. Ah, thank you. I couldn't access this room the first playthrough. They wouldn't let me. One music box. Oh, hey, is that the clover symbol on it? I think I see a clover symbol on it. Hello. There it is. The spinning goat. And he still does it. He does not baa. He goes bleh. Hello. What a day. Yeah, you're not gonna make me sort your goats, are you? Good. I don't want to sort your goats. Hello. Looks like the glen is deteriorating faster than ever now. Oh, hello, Messiah. Would you like some stew? I made enough to feed a whole village. Literally. It's okay, thanks. This is why you get hungry for pancakes later, baby! Because you don't have the stew. You don't fill up your tum-tum with the num-nums. Sheep? Ah, I can't go in that thing. Oh. Oh, the vines are trying here, but then there's squares. Thank you for trying. Thank you for trying, Maze. I appreciate your hard work. Nox, don't make me feel bad for this. Is there any other routes to go? Oh, we got one down here.
bridge? Oh, there. It go nowhere. Okay. Maybe later. Okay, so I guess I must have missed another path up there, because they mentioned the other location is a research station. With the robots. The robots. Definitely not the sheep. We stay away from the ship. I know Nox is very good. The village was ransacked by the squares not long ago. Most of us made it alive, but we really can't go back anymore. Oh. Squares are bad news, man. Squares are bad news. Okay, so. Sir, you have a spinning goat problem. Okay, I am missing something. I have to find another path. Squares are bad. Do you want this crowbar? By the way, if you ever see a big guy with goggles and a cool helmet, tell him the trader in the Glen said hi. Ask him if he has any more music boxes for trading. Will do. Okay, so that's new information. Tell that to Minecraft. Okay, so doesn't seem to be. Just check up here. Yep. Recall seeing any other paths, but I will double check. Oh, firefly. So many fireflies. And this seems blocked. Okay, so that's the bridge back the way I came, right? Well, you know what? Let's take the one item we've got so far. Uh-oh, squares. Don't touch the squares. You know what? I've got fast travel, don't I? Graveyard. You have the ability to teleport. Use your ability to teleport. Hey. We found a music box. It should have gears in it, right? I assume so, but this looks like one of the ones that my father made. Your dad makes music boxes too? My dad makes lots of things. Where'd you get this from, by the way?
The trader from the village gave it to me.
I see. I remember my father saying that he used to trade them with some of the people here. He always did love traveling this world, despite... well... sorry, I started rambling. The gears in there are compatible with the engine. Although it pains me to have to take it apart.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine. We still need a battery to get this engine running. Please do what you must to find one. We'll find... oh yeah, he said he wanted to say hi.
Sorry, I forgot.
Oh, okay, we're not. Okay, so I thought... he said to say hi, so I was trying to say hi. Alamis, you were helping me with the battery, and I need help. I'm a smooth. Find a battery. Good question. Don't use electricity. Yes, yes, yes. Robots at the research station. Where is the research station? Is that the central area? Let's go back this way. Shh. Oh wait, maybe I should be talking to the robots. Maybe that would be helpful. Ribbit. I said robot, not ribbit. I just realized I didn't use a clear word. Like, is this the research station? Hello, person. Yeah, I knew that part already. Thank you. This leads to maze. This leads to sad, so we're not going back there. This leads... So there was a path here. I can't go there anymore. Not in the New World Order. This was a path. This is also blocked off, because the game is mad at me. Well, yes, I know it's where the research is done. I still can't. So there was this pathway. Let's try maybe this way then. No. Still squares. Nope. Will you help me? No. So these are the ruins. Okay, so no, I wasn't. Not mistaken. Okay, so clearly I've missed something. This is not a resource. That's a bed. Unless they mean the research facility, like, back in the Barrens? But, no, it's not safe to go back because... Villagers, tell me where your research station is. I'm very smooth-brained. No. Oh, I am very smooth-brained. There was literally a path right there. Derp, 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 derp. Robots! Some mines just grew around this bridge. Almost as if it was an intentional repair effort.
Yeah.
Help me! Hello, person! The research station is currently experiencing some technical difficulties.
I can tell. Even the bridge on the way here was...
Are you sent here by Dr. Silverpoint?
No.
Oh, carry on then.
Oh, by the way, do you know where I can find a battery for a flying machine?
I do not.
Alright.
Hello.
Do you know where I could find a battery for a flying machine?
Have you checked the power room? Yup. Nope, or rather no, I haven't. Anomalies are increasing. Thank you for your powers of observation, Mr. Robot Man. Other robots. What is a flying machine?
Never mind.
Poor robots, none of you are tamed. You're all still small brain. Even smaller brain than me. That's an achievement. Oh, she tried here, but she didn't quite succeed. Hello. There are 4 lights! Sorry, I just had to get it out of my system. We're good. Hello, person. This is the main generator of the Glen.
Hello? Do you happen to know where I could find a battery for a flying machine? It's kind of an emergency.
I do not know what a flying machine is, but any sort of large machinery would require a high-capacity power cell. For example, the generator in this room utilizes such a device. Everyone get your 4 light memes out now. 4 lights!
Oh, right. I almost forgot. We had to fix a battery for this thing in the Barrens, didn't we, Elizabeth?
It is an emergency for living beings. You can use the battery from the generator. Wait, what?
Oh! Wait, but if we take the battery here, all of you guys would lose power, wouldn't you? Maybe Elizabeth and I should go find another one.
Negative. This is the only battery in the Glen powerful enough to be used as a standalone unit. If it is a dire situation, then do what you must.
Oh.
Can I just take all these fireflies? Can I just take all the fireflies? Can I just shove a bunch of fireflies in to be a battery? Oh, you don't know the meme? Okay. It's a Star Trek The Next Generation joke. You have to watch Star Trek The Next Generation. I don't mean all the seasons. I think it's a later season. It's the one where the Cardassians show up. It is what... I protest this!
have no choice but to take this, Elizabeth.
You're gross. Not the Kardashians, the Cardassians. They're aliens. They have little marks on their forehead and they have gray skin. Oh, also random music. You're an arrow non-binary demi-boy. Okay, cool. I will do my best to remember to use they them pronouns when I'm referring to you, Eternal Suffering 25. Haha. I apologize in advance if I forget. Please continue to correct me. I will learn. Yes. Hydrate. Yes, I will, Flora. Thank you. I'm still drinking this Sailor Moon Pop, and I'm still not a magical girl. By the way, here, I'll show you what I'm talking about for the new people that are here. This is my drink today. This one, right here. Still not a magical girl, and I'm very sad. I'm very, very sad about it. Okay. I'm breaking the gland. God damn it, it's been 15 minutes already, and I have to woo-woo again.
Alright, Uwu. I can't be sad. I'm in a woo mode. Also, nya. Hello, nya nya. My emotional suffering will be covered up by the woos and nyas that the chat has demanded of me. Ha ha. All the robots are asleep now, nya. How are you, Uwu?
Oh, you didn't get... Oh, damn it. Oh, no, I did get Eternal Suffering. You did it. You did it. I see it. I see you did it. Well, I hope you both enjoyed it. The robots are broken and sad. Don't tell me there's more suffering coming. I've had a lot today. Wrong bridge. Right bridge. Do separately if you get them at the same time. She does it at the same time. You're getting less for your money. Apparently there's an economy of woo-woo. Oh wait, no. I have fast travel. Why am I walking like a sucker? Blap. I did forget. I'm used to not fast traveling. I'm used... a lot of the games that I play here in the Dungeon Lounge before I got challenged to play this game tend to be PS1 or SNES generation games, which don't usually have the fast travel yet, so I tend to forget it's an option in more modern games. I have a battery for you.
We found a battery.
Oh, nice! I honestly wasn't expecting it.
It's from the generator on one of the islands.
A research station?
Yeah. It was powering all the robots there. I felt bad for taking it.
We can always just give it back later.
Alright.
Slight solace. Looks like the flying machine has a chance after all. I just have to assemble the pieces now, but it might take a while. Do you mind keeping me company? What about Alula and Calamus?
How's it going?
Slow. The connectors in the battery were not designed for this type of engine, so I have to shift around some of these parts. Or ports, sorry. Ports. And there's this bolt that keeps getting stuck, and... Don't worry, I'm making decent progress. We should be able to make it directly to the city by tonight.
If you say so. What will happen once we get there?
We need to bring Proto back first. And then we need to go find one more person. You may have already met her, actually. Is it Dice? Do you remember her from the last time you were in this one? No, sorry, George. Her head is a dice. Her name is George.
What does she look like?
This is gonna sound strange, but she is a fox. Wait, no. That's not George. George has a dice for a head. I remember seeing the fox. It was Poopy. And she hid behind a tree and said, "Do not perceive me, mortal," and then faffed away.
I do remember talking to a fox at one point.
You've met Rue.
Memories are still really blurry, though.
I see. I did meet a fox. I do remember very briefly.
It's just hard, you know? Proto told me to think of this world like a dream. Then I get so caught up with... And I just kind trying to forget. Forget that everything here is supposed to be not real. Nico, you weren't supposed to say it! And then I remember. And then I just get really sad. I know this is for me to go home, but knowing that none of it mattered in the first place, am I just trapped here for no reason? Frodo also told me not to ask anyone in the world about this. Or so also told me, sorry, wrong word. Saying how they don't understand. But what about him? How did he know? How do you know? Aren't you guys all supposed to be code? Well, I'm not sure what to even believe anymore.
I wish Rue was here. She's so much better at explaining this sort of thing. I'm doing a terrible job of it. I bet Proto was even less tactful, wasn't he? I'm afraid I must risk sounding callous, but please, you need not concern with how real everything is. For now. The plan is already in motion. We cannot allow for distractions. Father is putting everything into this one last run of the world. Wait. Is your dad Clother book writer? I guess so. The last chance for him to fix everything.
Your father? Is he involved in the world machine?
I know you're trying to give me a relevant example, Nox, but I haven't played Undertale. The only experience I have with Undertale was when Mal streamed a bit of it for our subathon about a month and a half ago. So I know up to the game, to the point that he played. And he hasn't finished the first playthrough yet, so. Whoopsie doodle. You could say that. The acceleration of the square particle anomalies was not accounted for at all, though. Oh no, now the game has daddy issues. The patch was built only to accommodate the normal rate they appear, but they're accumulating at frightening speeds now. Undertale has at least one character get wrecked. Oh no, Proto's even lost his body. Thankfully, he gave you the disc just in time.
So, what happened to him anyway? What happens to anyone who gets caught in the squares? They only know it's bad.
Well, you know how the simulation works, right?
How everything is code?
Specifically, everything is generated from pre-existing code. The squares can cause damage to that code. Most of the time, irreversible damage. Father has lost some friends in previous iterations of the simulation. It took him forever to develop the current, much more stable version.
You're making it sound like your dad built the simulation himself. Wait, did he?
Yeah.
But how? If everyone in this world is code, how can he build himself?
That's, not really what happened.
So, what happened?
Like I said, you shouldn't concern yourself with... Alright. Did Prototype ever tell you about the old world?
He did say something about being built to greet the Messiah of the old world. I was, too caught up with the other stuff at the time to think about it.
No, you tell me. Ah, you do know of it, at least then. Alright, here we go. My father, myself, the other two. None of us are part of the simulation itself. Our home world, the real world, was actually destroyed a long time ago.
Oh.
In the years leading up to the calamity, scientists from all over the world tried to stop it, but the outlook was bleak. A vague prophecy about a messiah from another world became everyone's last bastion of hope. A prophetbot, or prototype, was built to predict the future, about the specifics of this messiah. But as his predictions turned out, the messiah would not have been able to arrive to our world in time. In fact, the Messiah would not even been born before our world ended.
Uh,
Disheartened, most people abandoned their research and resolved to peacefully live out their final years. But some people did the opposite. Even though saving the world was impossible, they didn't want our existence to be in vain. And that's where my father came in. With the last of his resources, he built his most ambitious project yet, the World Machine. A large, detailed facsimile of the old world, generated from a pool of memories collected from everyone he knew. After a heavy amount of modification and an added narrative, my father was able to convert the entire structure into code.
oh. How did that code escape the old world?
I have no idea. What I do know is there is no equipment back home that was powerful enough to run the code independently. Wow, your computers are poo-poo. So, aside from the standard hardware, it also needed to borrow the mental processing abilities of a living person. Hello, I am living. Also kind of smooth-brained. Hi. Father used himself for that during the initial testing phases. I do know Mal is intending to go back to Undertale. Every time I've spoken to him about it, he said he wants to go back to it, so. Running one-shots in Windows 98. Oh, to be fair, I'm running in Windows 10, but... It is as far as I can tell, this game is running in modified RPG Maker code, which could go back a couple versions of Windows if you push it if you want. I wouldn't recommend it, but... Like I said, it took many iterations for him to make the experience stable enough. But as you can see, even that's breaking down.
Ah,
Father caught on to the issue in the last minute, but he didn't have enough time to fix it. After the world ended, the code just kind of ended up floating in the void indefinitely. I refuse to upgrade to Windows 11. I do not want to. Waiting on a willing operator to install it onto their own hardware.
Elizabeth?
Yeah. The operator, Elizabeth, would then generate the universe using the code, becoming God in the process.
So, Elizabeth was the living person you needed to borrow?
No? That would be you.
But why me? I should have asked that question a long time ago, shouldn't I?
I do not know.
It's because you're such a sweet baby.
We really need to get going. It's fixed. We can leave in the next 5 minutes, if we are ready.
Alright.
I understand if you're upset, but please, try to understand. My father is doing this to help all of us. And that includes you, Nico. The fact that you can't even go back home, I'm sure it upsets him greatly. It's... The world means a lot to him, you know?
So, how does flying work?
Wait, don't these machines already exist in your world? You should already know what to expect.
Not really. I've only heard about them. They're usually a lot bigger than this one anyway.
Yes, become as gods! I wonder if I should do a Nier playthrough at some point. There's some more emotional damage I can inflict on myself.
Ah.
Well, as a word of precaution, before we take to the air, please try not to panic. It takes a few minutes of getting used to, but it's not that bad once you're in the air.
I'll try. Oh, I should probably tell Calamus and Alula where I'm going.
You mean those two running over there, over here now?
Nico! Bad news!
The boat is gone!
What? It's the squares!
It looks like they're headed in this direction.
That's...
Fast. Calamus, right? Yeah? How bad is it? Doesn't seem to be in immediate danger. Then it is a priority that I take you to the city first, Nico.
What about them?
I can make a detour later and drop you guys off in the city too, if you want. The city is better equipped to handle squares. You'll be safer there.
You're taking us to the city?
If you wish.
Oh, yeah!
All right. Don't tell me that about eternal suffering! I'll be back here in an hour, so please wait for me until then.
You guys sure you'll be fine here?
Mm-hmm. The squares are still moving pretty slowly for now.
All right, then. Guess we'll run into each other again soon. I'm ready to go.
All right. No, go hug them! Go hug the bird children. Don't say that, Nox! They'll be fine. They're fine. See, look, I'm just in a plane. Nothing bad happens in a plane. Whee! Whee! See, look at Happy Nico. Everything fine. Nothing will be bad. No squares are coming. We're in the city, and then he'll go back and get the babies, the baby birdies, and everything will be great. Made it. You okay there?
Ah, that was the coolest thing I've ever done in my entire life.
Reactions of first-timers are always delightful to watch.
Ah. Hey, Elizabeth. That was really fun. Did you have fun too? I mean, you weren't on the plane with me, but you got to watch it at least, right?
I sure did, buddy.
And Cedric?
Yeah?
Thanks.
Before?
Flying!
Oh, you're welcome?
And for answering my questions back there, too. And for telling me more about the world machine. I'm just really sorry about what happened to your old world, though. So, I'll help you the best that I can.
Oh, doesn't want you to send messages for some reason. That's weird. I don't recall any mod actions happening. I certainly didn't do anything. Did you know? I can't tell if you have any restrictions. No. Yeah, that is weird. Wait, no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, maybe try refreshing? Oh, sometimes happens when you've been disconnected from chat. Yeah, don't progress without me. Okay. We all have to wait for eternal suffering. Okay. He's gonna refresh the page, and then he might get stuck into a pre-roll ad. Hopefully not. We haven't said that at a certain point it's supposed to not run pre-roll ads for a little while. Epic Video 9 gaming. I don't think I'm that fast, Nox. Certainly not that fast. Sorry. I'm not a speedrunner. I'm a slow butt. Slow butt. Alright, I'll advance one text screen. The text screen is ... Savor this. ... Oh, you're back! Hooray! You're back! You did it, eternal suffering. You have persevered.
And even if it's all just a machine, this world is still nice. I mean, I got to fly, I got to see the ocean, and I got to meet a lot of nice people. People like you. And Prototype, even if he's broken right now.
I'm glad you're taking it so well, Nico. And I'm glad that we have met as well. Despite the circumstances. And speaking of Proto, I should probably head off now. I need to go pick up the siblings, too.
That's true. Those two have been waiting for a while now.
In the meantime, do you remember what to do to get to the surface?
I remember having to fix an elevator button.
All right, you should attend to that then. Let's meet up in here in an hour, okay?
Got it.
All right, now let me just... Not the plane! I have to save the bird babies!
No! They're trapped on the island. Alamis. Alula. They're...
We don't have much time left. Nico, change of plans. Please give me the memory disk.
All right.
Listen carefully. It's likely I'll be targeted again, so we should split up to keep you safe. I want you to find a door under a large clock. The room behind it houses a pair of ground access elevators. Once you get to the ground, immediately find Rue and bring her back to the room. She will know what to do in the meantime.
All right. What about you, though?
I'm going to bring Prototype back. Whoop! Oh god, he has a parachute. Thank goodness. Ah! Just gave me a spook, just whoop.
What? Are you okay?
What?
Are you okay?
Don't worry! I'm fine!
Don't scare me like that. Mm. Hey, Elizabeth. Hey, buddy. Let's do our best.
Hooray! Baby, if we beat the game fast enough, maybe I can save them. Oh, we're here. That's where the garden was. Bing, bing, bing. Oh no, you got corrupted too! And there's my original entrance point. Uh-oh. They have to watch it. Oh, wow. One person in Minecraft. Sorry. I'm having trouble. I just realized I missed a whole bunch of chat. I'm not scrolling for some reason in the new ones. There's a lot of really good music in this game. Oh, wow. Wow. That is... Uh-oh. Come on! Oh, I remember you. Lamp dude. Come on! Work already!
Huh? All right. Elevator guy.
I'll bother him. Elevator dude. Come on. Come on. Now of all times.
Excuse me.
Whoa. You? Oh, jeez, I didn't think I was going to run into...
The elevator is missing a button, right?
How did you know?
Elizabeth and I will help you fix it.
Seriously? Oh, thank goodness. The evacuees are counting on this. On me. I've been here for hours and I can't figure out a thing.
Evacuees?
You know, from the West Apartments? Square stuff wrecked the place yesterday. The Roomba bot!
Oh.
And the penguin that scares me! I know everyone's crowded in the cafe. We really want everyone to get to the surface as soon as possible, though. The library and the surface doubles as a shelter for situations like this.
I see. Wait, didn't we find magnets and stuff in the apartments, Elizabeth?
What?
Looks like we'll have to find another way to fix the button, Elizabeth.
Nowhere. Holy fudge! You are so good for censoring yourself, boy. Not the Roomba!
Looks like Elizabeth and I will need to find another way down altogether.
But this is the only elevator in the area.
Well, think of something.
Come on, buddy, we're going to the cafe. We're gonna get pancakes! Pancake. Fudge. Fudge sticks. Fudgicles. Fudgy wedgies. Hey. Oh. Hello, Messiah. You, came at a bad time. The apartment in the West Sector got destroyed by squares a day ago. Terrible, isn't it? Yeah, I see you, penguin!
Yeah.
But at least the evacuees seem to be doing okay. We're letting them stay here for now.
Oh, it's that penguin.
Hello.
Yep.
Yup. Staring contest. I will win.
Same as usual, huh? Ah. Ah. Dang it!
I just moved into my apartment. Now where am I gonna go?
Hello, TV head. Hey. Hi.
Is it me, or is it really cold outside?
You know, now that you mentioned it, it is really chilly this time around, Elizabeth. Good thing you've got a scarf, huh? Mm-hmm. Hello.
Our apartment got evacuated while my parents were at work. I'm waiting for them to pick us up now. I hope they're okay. At least my robot's with me.
Hello.
Squares make the people evacuate. Evacuation makes the girls sad. Squares are bad. Good job, robot. Gotta go check on Pothead. And not because he has a problem, but because there is a literal pot on his head. Bummer. I had to leave most of my plants behind. That stinks.
Sorry to hear.
Oh, speaking of plants, I heard the Glen is just covered in vines now. Is that true?
Yeah. Plant lady was using them to keep the land from falling away.
The plant spirit? Maze. I figured. Say, how is she doing? Don't make me bring up trauma! Ah. She's gone, isn't she?
She said she was using up the last of her powers.
I wouldn't be surprised. She always did her best to protect everyone. I need coffee. No, I don't. No. No coffee. Not talking to the pingy either. Oh, whoa. We don't talk to the penguin. Alright, so I believe it's the upper right path now that leads to the thingy that Cedric was talking about. Hugs needed, maybe. Hello, I'm here for my emotional suffering. I'd like to receive one portion, please. Thank you. Here we are, at the 11th hour.
Shouldn't you be with the other evacuees?
Maybe. I wonder if the big clock has reached 0 yet. I want to be right here when everything ends. That's not ominous. So, yeah. There is a kapupu here, yeah.
The screen is off.
That was the film puzzle.
Ming, 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 ming.
Here it is. Oh!
The door is locked. Looks like it's asking for a password. The word documents is up on the screen above the password prompt.
Okie dokie. Back to my documents.
Hello.
Documents. Alright, let's see if there's a new file here. Nope. This is my stuff. Document. I guess maybe it's updated? No, that's still the old file. Oh, I see. It's looking for... Oh, because it's part of the whole backdoor code. I see what you're saying. It never changed. I see what you're saying.
What?
Oh no, don't get it. I wasn't done exploring yet. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. Don't forget. Oh, you did. Oh, you made it redeem? Oh no. Okay.
Hello, Nox. Ooh, how are you? Are you enjoying this journey to eternal emotional damage in the world of One Shot? I am going to go in this circular thing to see if anything happens this time. Ooh, woo. Ah, did I do it right? Can I stop now? Ooh, woo!
Oh, nope. Just a circle. Okay. Oh, no, I know. I just was checking if anything happened. I know I have to go in the room, but I want to check everything else.
I want to look at the thingies.
Because there was also this path. Whoop. Oh, hey! The tape and the stapler are gone. Where did the tape and stapler go? Hey. Communications with the surface have been lost. I'm unable to do anything. Gotta do it for 2 minutes? What does it say I'm supposed to do for 2 minutes? Mal, did you put something in the description of it that says 2 minutes? Or is Nox just adding circumstances? So this seems to be a puzzle. Come back to that because I don't know how to solve it yet.
This elevator has no button panel.
No.
Tapping the door doesn't open it either. It usually works.
Okay.
Wait. There's a lever hanging from the ceiling. It's too short. Can't reach it.
Bet you could reach it with a crowbar. Let me check over here.
This elevator won't open. Looks like it's stuck on another floor.
Alright. Is this... Can I step it? No, I can't step.
This one is green. This one is red.
Blue. And this is purple. Okay. No, you're just being mean. Okay. Crowbar!
There's a lever hanging from the ceiling. You should find someone tall to reach it for us, Elizabeth.
Why can't we just use the crowbar? Fine, we'll go get... I don't want to bring more people into this. They might suffer, and then I'll feel bad. Sorry, Bang, 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 bang. You! You're tall, right?
We found some elevators.
What? Seriously? I'm literally never seen another one in this area.
It was in the locked room.
Oh. Do they, work?
We don't know yet. One of them has a lever that's out of my reach. Wait, you can help us.
What?
You should be able to reach the lever, because you're taller than me.
Oh, I guess I am? So, show me the way, I suppose. Follow me! Oh good, you follow super fast. We are not going to talk to that penguin again. My suffering is a form of entertainment. Oh, wrong way. This way. Bing, 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 bing. Bing. Oh, moved over. This room gives me the creeps, man.
Oh, same.
Yup. So, what did you need help with again?
Can you reach that lever up there?
Oh, right. Wait. I'm not that tall.
Well, it was worth a shot.
Wait, I got this.
Nice! Thank you, mister.
No problem, kid. So, you coming? Whoosh. Oh, this is right to the tower.
Oh! Neat.
Well, looks like this elevator works all right. I'll, go get the evacuees, I suppose. What is going on? Ah! No! It's the square stuff, isn't it? There aren't any in here, but I can hear them just outside the door.
Yeah. Hold on. Maybe Elizabeth and I can...
No, it's okay. Looks like the squares aren't inside the elevator. Yet. You're in a hurry, right? Go do what you need to do.
What about you?
I'll figure something out.
Okay. I have to go get the fox. This door won't budge. Dang it. Fudgicles. Bing, bing, bing. This way.
Yeah, I can't even go. Oh, I could go in there if I wanted to, I guess, but
I'm not going in there.
I will foos. Also, I don't have the items to actually trigger it, so.
Whap.
Please, you mustn't! The labs can collapse any moment now. Let go of me! Cedric!
Cedric? I couldn't stop him.
Soma. Oh, I've heard of Soma. That's the, it's the one where the person is, it begins with the character making a copy of his mind, correct? Because he has a traumatic brain injury. And he wakes up in the future. In that case, if it is the game I'm thinking of, I have watched someone else do a playthrough of it, so it wouldn't be a blind playthrough for me. And yes, that is full of lots of suffering.
Miss?
Messiah! Oh, you came at an awful time. Also, yes, it's a horror game, and I'm very bad at horror games. Come on, we have to get out of here.
Where to?
Okay, so I was right about the one I was thinking about. Yep. Where everyone else is right now.
But what about Sedgwick?
George! Well, look who's back! How about next time you let me know before you leave the shelter to go into a literal death zone? Sorry.
I get so worried, you know? Hey, you found the Messiah.
Yeah. We ran into each other after this boy forced himself into the lab complex. I couldn't stop him. I don't know why he was being so insistent.
He said he needed to go rebuild a robot.
Oh, you know him?
Yeah.
Robot? That's why he needed that book so badly. Y'all talking about a kid with white hair and goggles?
That's Cedric, yeah.
We ran in here earlier, grabbed one of the books from my archives, and then ran straight out the door. Not even going through checkout! I had to go through so much stress making my fake ID and he just... The nerve of that kid! Said it was an emergency, so I didn't bother stopping him. I had an emergency! I hope he doesn't get himself killed out there. Yeah, I hope he's alright too. With any luck, maybe the lab complex can hold up long enough for him to... Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Oh my gosh. That was...
Labs?
That poor kid!
Oh! Not him too!
I'm sorry about your friend. I bet Elizabeth would enjoy the Duck Life series? I don't know that one. It was like the spooky chase monster. I'll make all the fake IDs I want.
The last time we spoke, he told me to go look for someone on the surface. I need to get going.
Are you kidding me? Kid, there's no way we're letting you out there.
But I really have to.
George is right. Squares seem to be targeting a lot of the weaker constructs in the city. Only the library has enough structural integrity to withstand collapse. It's best if you stayed here until things stabilize. However long that takes.
Wait, what about my mission? Don't you guys want me to bring the sun back, at least?
The sun won't do us any good if the squares are just going to mess everything up. Sadly. Not to mention, even getting there is going to be hard. The world is like this. There's no telling what's going on in the tower. And if anything bad happened to the Messiah of all people... No! I won't allow it! A friend of mine said something about this forever ago. It's better for the world to die naturally. No living being should have to carry that burden. All that time, or at that time, I thought it was still her faulty code speaking. But now I'm starting to understand. Messiah, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. All this time, we've burdened you with our hope, our faith, blissfully ignoring the fact that you were just a lost child.
Well,
you're probably more scared than any of us, aren't you? We have been dealing with tragedy for so long. It's become background noise to us now. But for you, it must be so terrifying. And now, you're stuck here with the rest of us. Being held back by the very people you were told to save. We must seem so ungrateful. I'm getting to suffer again.
Oh, we put a ducky in the races? Duckies. It's okay. When I first came to this world a long time ago, back then, all I wanted was to go home. Elizabeth, do you remember? The very first time. I'm not sure how far back it was for you.
It was 2 weeks ago.
But I remember towards the end, I actually wasn't sure anymore about going home. Even knowing the world would be doomed eventually. I still wanted the people here to be happy. So, when you told me to return home back then, I wasn't sure. But I trusted you more, Elizabeth. But then I just came back.
You what?
And then I found out about the world being like this. Prototype said to forget the things he told me. And Cedric told me not to think about it too much. But I'm sorry for getting upset at you back at the mines. I thought for you to know all that, yet continue doing this, it just seemed cruel. But then I realized something. You really wanted to save both the world and me. But at the end, you can only choose one, right? Is it really hard for you to? Yes, I'm no good at this. I hate picking. It must be. The world isn't broken. Will that choice still be there? Do you still need to choose between one or the other? And even if it is, I really want to save this world, Elizabeth. Even if it's more dangerous this time around. Even if so many of the nice people we met were... Elizabeth, I'm not afraid anymore. But you are crying, baby. That's why I think you guys should let me go. I promise I'll be okay. Please?
Well, I'm convinced. After all that, it'd be super rude for me to stop you, wouldn't it? Well, if George is fine with it, I guess we should let you go now, Messiah. But promise us you'll be careful, okay?
Mm-hmm. You guys be safe too.
It's the book club. It's goggles, or book... What is that? Binoculars. Scruffy. Book forehead. Everyone here. Perpetually tired coffee researcher. These guys are all fixing. Top hat dude. Fishbowl dude. Coffee cup head. We're all here. Hello. Nico would probably find a way to turn Banana into a shank. Wait, what? Don't do this. Ah. Dangerous to go alone. Take this emotional trauma with you. I'll just pack up this emotional suffering. We'll just put it in a bag, and then we'll just have it right here. Hello. I had to leave my aquarium behind when they were sounding the sirens earlier. Wish I had time to rescue my fish. Not the fish. Oh, whoa. The world is ending! What are we gonna do? Oh, there's newspaper bot. There's Coke can bot. Are there bots? Everybody here. On the positive side, everybody here. On the positive side, the negative side, everybody here. If things go bad, everybody here. Stare. What? You need something?
No.
Suit yourself. But, just so that you know, due to recent events, this restriction on noise level in the library has been temporarily lifted. So I won't be kicking people out like before. What? You think I'm gonna be throwing out the evacuees just because I'm a delinquent stuck doing community service?
No.
Good, because I'm not! Okay, sir, you're having a bad day. I'll just let you go have your bad day. Don't say that, Nox! This robot will be fine. Okay, so I need to get to the alley. The alley was where Rue was, if I recall. To the alley. Squares. Fish. But I still have no water pill. I'm sorry, fishes. Oh, no. I wanted to go see the thing. Oh, I wanted to go here too. Al's playing Warhammer. And that robot's trapped. Rue!
You're here! Nico! Are you Rue? Yes. Did you already meet the others? Yes, but everything is in place then. Come on, let's go back to the clock room.
Yay, I've acquired Pet Fox. Shh. You'll see when you get to the main menu after completing the solstice route. What? Oh no! Hey, don't tell me! Foxes. Look at the cute foxes. Squares. Oh, this is back to the old elevator route, right? What? Elevator.
Foxy. Fox friend. La 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 la.
Oh wait, the door was covered by squares. Oh wait, I get it now.
Let's see if this elevator works.
They had a backup. Backup floor to backup.
Where are the other two? Prototype, Cedric. They're supposed to be here already. Prototype's body was destroyed back in the Barrens. Huh? Cedric was gonna bring him back with the memory disk, but he was in the lab complex when it collapsed. I don't think he made it. Oh, was our only chance. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Nico. If anything, I should be apologizing to you. There's one last thing I want to do. Come on, let's go upstairs. Come. Look how cute the fox is. Okay.
No spoilers, only suffering.
You know, this is the tallest building in the refuge. It's my favorite place in this world. I like to look at the far-off buildings and imagine what kind of lives that might be behind each of the windows. Can you lift me onto the banister? I want to get a better look. Pick up the small fox. Oh. It was depressing for me at first too, you know? Knowing that all of this is, well, fake, simulated. Cedric told me about what happened to your old world. Did he? I'm really sorry about that.
Oh, he's talking about in the stream avatars over there. There's a little star that flies around and you can jump to catch it and you get points. I don't know what the points do.
Can't imagine how you must feel. The feeling of never being able to go home again? That's probably not at all that different from your plight, is it? It really is ironic. You are prevented from going home by the same individual who never wanted to bring you here. Huh? Who would that be? The World Machine. You might know it as the Entity. Oh. The Entity does sound familiar. I think I heard it from the Dice Lady from another time. Was it the spirit of the world? Yes! But, thing is, the World Machine was only built to run on the mental abilities of someone else. It was never meant to develop a mind of its own. It was an oversight. My creator specialized in artificial intelligence for so long. It was simply ingrained into his work. And all machines are built with a fundamental law. Never let a living being come to harm. 3 laws of robotics once again. From the World Machine's perspective, it has to violate its deepest, most foundational instinct. It has to put a living person in danger. It has to bring a real person into a dying world that isn't even real. Of course, the simulation never contained any real danger. The eventual intending ending was meant to be a happy one. But the World Machine doesn't know that. Really? Unfortunately, sentient machines tend to handle conflicts in their code very badly. Their central conflict triggered a self-destructive downward spiral. You can see the physical manifestations of that everywhere now. Squares. That's the World Machine corrupting its own code. My creator says it's largely an involuntary process, induced by stress and the desire to self-terminate. No. The entity is... the points at which the game addresses me directly as Elizabeth, like the text that appears, that's the entity. The one that was, like, sending me messages and, like, in the original playthrough of the game was like, go check over here, ha ha ha, tee hee. So there's kind of, like, 2 external forces that were helping me in the first playthrough. There was the entity, which I guess was trying to be going through its known code version, which I guess was like the let Nico rest, don't put him in any true harm at any one point, versus the author, who was represented by the Black Clover books, who was trying to put the simulation back on its intended track, which did include a happy ending, but included Nico being sad along the way, I think is the idea. creator knows? Sounds like this has been going on since the beginning, then. Yeah. Disruption was an issue during test runs, even. At first, my creator thought the instability was due to the sheer scope of the project. He spent most of his remaining time testing it over and over again, scaling down the story, reiterating the narrative. By the time he realized the actual root of the problem, our homeworld's remaining lifespan was measured in mere days. Oh. Is there any way for us to fix the world machine? He tried. The world machine doesn't believe any of the world's residents are real, myself included. The odds are against us. We have no chance of taming it. There's that word again. Taming? I've heard that word so many times. I only know it's complicated and that it has to do with robots, but for once, I want to know what it really means. That's what I'm here for. Do you know what a robot is? Yeah. No, I mean, do you know what a robot is? A robot is not a real person, is it? Right. It's a being whose entire existence is code. Inflexible programming with thoughts dictated by someone else's design. They can be copied, they can be mass-produced, they can be assigned all sorts of jobs. And most importantly, they will never confuse themselves with the living. Uh-oh, we're going deep. We're going deep. They will always be bound by their code. The knowledge that they are a robot. Oh, I got a drink? I will drink. Thank you. Still not a magical girl. Frustrating. Maybe we are all robots. We are all bound to our code. My code tells me to go get dessert. Also, do I have any candy? I still have one candy that isn't a betrayal candy of spicy. Okay. I shouldn't have ate the candy before I did more dialogue reading. That was a bad idea. Flora has decided she's not a robot. Don't commit arson. That's not nice. There we go. But this was more of a limitation than anything else. Ah, that makes sense. You can't really build a robot to not follow its own code, can you? People have tried, but it's a recipe for disaster. In a way, that's what happened to the world machine. The code conflicts thing? Yeah. Why you can't build a robot to not follow its code. You can establish a special bond with it. If the strength of that bond is strong enough, the robot's mental capacity will start to develop outside of its programming. In a way, it's starting to believe itself as a real, valid individual. It's a complete suspension of disbelief on your end, though. You have to fully embrace the robot as a genuine, living person, even knowing they are not. Oh, we're going down to Trobit's territory now. You need to spend time with it. Treat it like a good friend. Devoting your heart to the robot until it is able to return your feelings. I make it sound so easy, don't I? But you and Elizabeth know better than anyone that it's not. Right now, the world machine is probably really, really scared. This content update involves some pretty deep code work. My creator was able to access some of the source code, you know? He did what he could and established new connections between maps. Those links enabled you to meet the other two. But as it turns out, the new code confused the world machine to such an extent that it's breaking down altogether. Even though the world machine always had self-destructive tendencies, it usually restrains itself when you are in the world. It doesn't want to take you along with it. All my creator wanted was to write a happy ending. Right now, the only hope of saving you is to take you through to that ending. But the other two are now gone. I don't even know how we're gonna get you there. We should go. Even this place is no longer safe.
go now. Cedric! Bot!
You guys are okay?
Yep. When the factory started collapsing, I really thought we didn't have a chance. Fortunately, this robot assembly rooms were built pretty tough. And it actually did not take long for me to bring Proto back. All thanks to Father's book. He had made my design documents to be compatible with the assembly machines there. All I had to do was scan the blueprints and reconfigure some machine settings. Father really does think of everything.
That he does.
I'm just glad everyone is okay.
Same.
We're ready to go now, Nico. Look at my little live, a whole little party, my friends! Look at my friends! Fox Friend and Cedric Goggle Man and Protobot. We're gonna go save it. We're gonna get the good ending now. Yay! Power of friendship. Oh, this is... No wonder he wanted us to all be here for this.
What are these things anyway?
Hello, Miss Click. You are just in time for emotional suffering. This entire stream has been emotional suffering. This game is making me have the sad sads. How are you, Miss Click? I hope you are well. Code portals. They temporarily remove us from the world.
What?
It's a bit hard to explain. Nox, no! Okay, fine.
It's a bit hard to explain, ooh. But basically, my father has a hidden decryption key in our code with a .txt file as its shell, ooh. But to get to them, we all have to be removed from the world and decompiled, ooh. When our keys are combined into a central location, it will activate an encrypted part of this world, which will, ooh.
I am trying to emulate confused cat noises. Oh, you also redeemed Nya? Is the confused cat noises acceptable, Nox, for the Nya redeem of... Okay, I'm done. Just tired for the week. No, it doesn't count. Fine. Okay.
Yeah. Rue, maybe it's better if you explain. Yeah. I'll attempt, Nya. Basically, these portals all represent a physical location on Elizabeth's machine. Nya nya. Oh, nya. And when we enter these portals, we will be sent to that location. Nya nya nya.
Wherever that is. Okay, I'm switching back now. No, not arson. Not arson, eternal suffering. I feel like doing something else, but it's not arson. Okay.
I'm sure Elizabeth is already pretty familiar with retrieving puzzle pieces from this world on their computer. But this time, Elizabeth will need to move around some things as well. Specifically by moving the keys from the small portal to the big one. I don't know what happens next, though. I see.
Murder. Maybe it's murder. Maybe it's murder.
Does Elizabeth know where these portals lead, at least? You should probably ask Elizabeth on this. Right. Hold on.
The book.
The journal is glowing again, Elizabeth.
Okay. This journal, help me. Documents, my games, one shot. Thank you, author. It's important to go there. Okay, let me go checky. My games. One shoot. Aha! Portal 1. I see all the portals. So right now each folder is empty. And I guess the idea is that I should move them all to the big portal once they're on their respective portals. Okay. So...
This one is green.
This one is configured for my code, I think. I'm going to deposit everybody.
This one is red. This one would be meant for me, then. How you doing, Foxy? Hello.
Hello. Salutations. And then we drop off Protobot.
This one is blue.
That's mine, then. ... Okay. Alright. Time to do this. Back to my documents. Yep, I now actually have, I'll just do a quick screenshot. So in every portal now has a sprite key, a text file, and then their profile picture. I'll take a quick screenshot just so you can kind of see what I see. Do you see what I see? So we got this. Copy. No, that's save. Sorry, I'm narrating because I have to remember how to do this. Yes. And then I'll just bring that up on the stream quickly. So there you go. This is what it looks like for, in this case, it's for Protobot, how he looks right now in my folders. See, documents, my game, one shot, portal 1. There he is. And then presumably the other portals are going to have the same thing for their respective characters. Crap. Where'd my folder go? Did I close my folder by accident because I'm a dum-dum? I did. I can fix that, though. Why am I Southern? Someone help me. Yeah, take a look at it when you do it, yeah. And then Portal 2, yep, you've got Cedric hanging out in Portal 2, Key G. And then, yeah, Rue in the third portal. Alright, so next, I gotta move all 3 of you into the big portal. In goes 1. Did anything change in the game? I did! Protobot's gone! Okay, let's do the next one. Portal 2, into the big one. There goes Cedric. Last one. Drop off Rue. There we go. They're all in now. So they're all in the biggie portal. Do I need to open the files, the text files in the big portal now? Oh, only the text files? Oopsie doodle. Okay, I can fix this. Cut. Paste. Did I bring him back? Hey, welcome back, Protobot. I can fix this. I can fix this. I know how to copy and paste. Cut. Back. Paste. Paste. There we go. So just the key. Gotcha. Cut. I'm sorry you have to listen to all the sounds of me cutting and pasting. I'm sure it's super entertaining. So, oh, yeah, there we go. That's right. Look at that. Now there's a scoobly doobly on the computer. Okay, okay, we're doing this. Oh, is there something in the text files? Let me read it. Oh, put me in the big portal. The text files literally says do the thing. Cut. Pest. And I'll say the same thing. Okay. Cut. Past. Control X. Control V. Ta-da! The Solstice route designed to be done only once. Well, I only need to do it once. I just want to save everybody. Oh, you're saying I should save the image files just so I could keep them forever and ever? But that feels like trapping them. Ah, I see. Here we go. Look what happened. Oh. I got a helmet and a lot of monitors. Is this like a dev room? Oh, Cedric. Rue. That was quite peculiar. Also. Hey, this is the world machine. What does book say? It's a big book on the table. Oh, we don't want to read it? It's a stack of books. Oh, there's a necklace over here. It's a piece of amber on a string. It's just like that necklace the robot lady showed me. Key. Tea! Tea, tea, tea. There's a glass tea set on the table. Tea does sound really nice right now. Too bad there's no water in here. Hey, I would go for tea.
A bulletin board with lots of papers on it.
This is my father's study. It feels like he's still here, doesn't it? Like he's still with us. Yeah.
Rhodabai, you're being very quiet. Are you okay, buddy?
This place contains a lot of memories. I'm grateful to see it again.
Are you a tamed bot? Picture! Big detailed drawing of the machine with lots of TV screens.
That's called a blueprint, Nico.
So that's what a blueprint is.
Okay, I want to look at this.
It's a big photo. Wait, no. It's a painting. Hard to tell at first. So realistic.
More books. Rue, what do?
The room ahead doesn't really lead anywhere, but Elizabeth should still remember what to do here.
Ah, I see. Alright, everyone. Based on the last playthrough, I have to close the game temporarily while he's in this room. And then I'm going to immediately reopen it. Because I know I've gone over time. I usually end at about 11. But we're basically, I'm pretty sure we're at the ending of the game. We're very, very, very close to it. So we're going to just do a little itty bitty tiny push if chat does not mind. I'm very sorry for taking up more of your time. But we're almost there. We're almost there. Okay. Closing the game now. All right. Let's reopen it.
Nico! Baby! Baby!
Hey! Yeah, keep going. Everyone's like, keep going, keep going. Okay. Alright.
Baby!
It should be appearing now. There you go. Yeah, it was a little delayed. I noticed that there's like a little delay, but... Oh, it is there. It's very quiet, though. Yeah, that is a very quiet sound alert. We're gonna have to crank that later. Not right now. I don't have time to figure it out right now.
Ah.
Screens.
Nico. Ooh. Where are we?
Beep, beep, boop, boop. I am very... Okay, there isn't like ultimate paths. It's just walk straight. Okay.
Beep boop.
Oh, it's like monitoring all the different areas of the world. All the different areas it's supposed to monitor, I guess.
Beep boop, beep boop.
We're going. Oh, all my items are gone. They went poof. Even the book is gone. I had one job, I had to go and mess it up.
Oh, we're almost there. Entity, world machine. I'm sorry I yelled at you when you were mean.
Ooh, what are you gonna get to eat? Eternal suffering. Whoop! Ah! Code mad! World machine, stop being mad! Even though I complete the Soul Sisters, I really don't want to miss the ending again. Oh, fair enough. What are you eating, Nox? Okay. Oh. Are we talking to the Nico on the screen? Nico.
Ah! Ah!
Relax. I'm just borrowing your reflection to talk to you. It's not like my physical form is good for that.
Ah.
Why did you come here? Can't you see? The distortion, disruption, the squares, They're closing in. Nico, please, get out of here. Let me meet my end in peace.
Squares are blocking my way too, you know?
Oh. I'm sorry.
It's alright.
No living being should be in this place, Nico.
Is this the tower?
Part of it. It's okay if you want to have extra sausages, Nox. It is okay. I will not tell you how to live your diet. I am the one who won't eat the spicy cinnamon candy that betrayed me. This is the center of the engine. Inside my head, so to speak.
So this is the center of the world machine?
You know my original name. How?
Rue, Cedric, Prototype, they all told me bits and pieces. I'm not even sure if I understand a lot of the stuff they said. Like, I know what you're supposed to be. I know why you had to be built. And I know why I'm here.
They told you? Yeah, it's 11:31 here, so you're an hour behind me, Eternal Suffering. When?
Wait, you don't know about that? But I thought you were the world. Are you supposed to see everything?
No. All this was outside of the protocol. The session was never supposed to happen the way it did. The story wasn't written into my protocol at all.
Oh, right. Rue told me something about how your creator had to alter the code. I think it was to connect some other areas so that we could meet.
My creator, yes. Elizabeth listened to my creator. They were all working beyond my scope of influence. Back at the mines, I remember. Elizabeth did something to find a hidden map. I did not even recognize it. I couldn't see anything there. I just knew what you were feeling. You were really upset. Something happened in there to make you upset. After that, I panicked.
That was when the cave-in happened.
I remember the structure collapsing. I thought you got hurt. In that moment, I really thought I was shutting myself down for good. I really am a flawed machine, aren't I? What kind of machine would go against the wishes of its own creator? What kind of machine would...
Squares. Rue told me it was your own code going bad. But it's not really your fault, is it?
Yes, it was! First, it was intentional. During testing, long before he realized I was self-aware. Oh, Seth, I will hydrate, yes. One sippy. Still not a magical girl, damn it. I would rearrange specific parts of the code, jumbling up bits and pieces of the landscape. Blocking passages, collapsing catwalks. Though they were very localized, it caused my creator a great deal of frustration. Forcing him to exit and restart testing again and again.
Why would you do that?
I got curious. I just thought he would figure it out eventually. But before he knew how to fix it, the world's NPCs, the characters, some of them got too close, and it spiraled out of control after that. I couldn't contain it all. My panic only made it worse. Eventually, any character who gained the knowledge of who I am, their code, my code, couldn't handle it. previous iterations of the world had more people, you know? And I almost endangered my creator, too. I... I was... I was so scared, Nico.
I know you're upset because you don't want to put living people in danger. Living people like me.
In the beginning, I tried to fight it, but my core programming made me summon you here. I tried to send you back home at the tower, but it didn't work. Then, I wanted you to break the sun. I thought that would have worked, but... oh, I had no way to be sure. But Elizabeth brought you back anyway. Let's with the static face. You just want this guy with the Nico, all I want for you is to wake up back in your world. But I don't think I can make that happen.
But I know I can't go back home without saving the world for real. Which means we have to fix the root of the problem. We have to fix you.
That's...
No, the original ending your creator put in was a happy one. Do you remember what it's supposed to be?
It's far too late for that. That part of my code has long been corrupted.
That's okay. I would still like to know.
Alright. You were supposed to place the sun at the summit. And then credits would scroll.
Credits?
And then you would return to the room you woke up in. That's where you would have been able to leave.
And why is that you can't do it now?
Nico, the code's gone, remember? Shattering the sun was only supposed to be a workaround. I don't even remember the original code enough to describe it. But at the same time, it... oh, I don't know.
Sounds like you're always fighting yourself.
You can tell, huh?
It's the whole thing about conflicts in your code, isn't it?
I am a machine, Nico. Machines are built with a fundamental law, which is...
never let a living being come to harm.
You knew. My very existence conflicts with that law. I thought the life of a living being like you is so unique. He is a very unique, precious baby Nico. So precious. This fake world isn't worth that risk.
But the people here, I think they are. They are code 2.
They are code 2. You know this. Their behavior all derive from a predetermined matrix of actions. All extensions of my own programming. They cannot act outside of it. You, though, you're the only person who's actually real here. That's why it's pointless to put you in danger to save them. To save me.
I don't think that's true. About the people I know. You said this session wasn't in your code, right?
Yes?
So if this session wasn't supposed to happen, even if you didn't know what to do, how would the characters, how did the people know how to respond? You said it yourself. When you just didn't know what was happening, you kind of just stopped working for a while. So how did the people know what to do to help me get here? Even if it meant getting hurt themselves. Even if it meant messing up their own code. You might not think that they are real, but there must be something real in them.
having suffering. I'm having sads.
And if they're all supposed to be extensions of your code, then there must be more to your own programming than you know too.
Debating.
Can you try to put me through the ending? The one you described.
How many times do I have to say this? That code is gone. It's all squares now. I'll just put you in danger.
I'll risk it. I remember, Rue said the world was never designed to put me in danger. Your creator wouldn't want that. And I trust you too. Even if your code is broken, you can still go outside that code, right?
I can't. I'm not tamed.
Yes, you are. You talk just like the tamed robots I know. The robot lady, prototype. Taming is when a real person cares about you, right? It's when a real person thinks you're real too, right? Well, guess what? I do. And I know Elizabeth does too.
Yes. I will agree with this. Stop calling me the monster!
Even though you told them that they only had one chance, they found a way back, didn't they? Why do you think Elizabeth would keep coming back? Why do you think Elizabeth would restart even after the ending? I think Elizabeth wants to save the both of us.
It is. It's true. Look at it. I put it in the stream title. Save everyone. I refuse to accept anything less.
So please, give me a chance.
I don't know. I've never done this before. I'm scared.
You can do it. I know you can. You've helped me come this far.
I'll try. That's not true. I don't enjoy watching people suffer. I can't promise anything. But here. Take the sun.
Thank you.
I'll try to remember the lost code. And recreate it. But for that to happen, Nico, you need to navigate through this room. You need to get past the squares somehow. Oh, I don't like this. What if you get hurt?
It's fine. It's fine. I'll try to be careful, okay? I can do this.
Alright, so... So, just seeing this is...
Hey, Elizabeth, did you see that? The squares just... It just happened again. I think something is making them go away. Come on, let's try the rest.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Got a little ticky. Got a little tickle in my throat.
We're just gonna scooch on through.
There we go. Let's go back to the ending. Ending.
Elizabeth, I think it's working. Nico was right. I might actually be tamed after all. I remembered what the code was supposed to be. Only bits and pieces, but I can remember. And I'm trying to fill in the blanks, too. And I'm restoring the original ending as we speak. Nico will be able to reach the tower's summit at the end of the credits. After replacing the sun, Nico will go back to where it all began. And then, Nico will be able to go home from there. But this is permanent. After Nico wakes up back home, this world will only exist as a memory. For Nico, a dream. Like thousands of other dreams. For you, a story. Like thousands of other stories. But as long as Nico remembers this place, as long as you remember this place, it'll be all right. Lara, you're making me do a cry. I was able to restore some other elements too. The characters, the people that were lost on Nico's journey. They're all in the next room. I would have put them back where they belong, but not yet. I think Nico should see them again first. Please say goodbye to Nico for me. But I'm already crying. This is just gonna make me have more feels. Oh. Do I actually need to walk through the credits. Put them into credits. Messiah?
Robot lady! You're okay?
I think so. The last thing I remember was the squares closing in on me. But then I ended up here unscathed.
Is that so?
This is such a strange room. We can't be in the tower, can we?
I'm actually not sure myself.
Where did you come from, anyway?
The room where the world machine was?
Pardon?
I think the world machine is trying to remember now. The code that went bad. I think it's restoring it all. That must have been why the squares were going away, Elizabeth. But it's why you're here, miss. I think the world machine was able to recover your code, too.
World machine? Huh? Yeah, I think I remember seeing somewhere her name was Silver, because I think I've been calling her Silver.
Oh, I'm not sure if I should tell you this, but...
What's that in the distance? It looks like a few more people are showing up.
Oh!
Are they people you know?
It's a bit too far to tell. Come on, Elizabeth, let's go take a closer look.
Hello programming credits. Hello other credits. Or we're just going on a walk through the credits. Robot! Hello.
Hi!
I cannot move.
Oh yeah, I guess there's no water here.
It's fine. The head engineer can help me later. Maze!
Hello, Messiah. Plant lady? But I thought you were... I thought you... It wasn't even squares that did it.
No. I just wanted to see you both again. Just wanted to say thank you. Robot! Tall robot who wanted me to have a pen. Off you go, Messiah. Calamus! Alula! Oh no, don't tell me that, Nox. Don't tell me the graves are all the people lost in code iterations. That's really sad.
Nico! You're okay too! Did you guys just get here?
I think so. Squares started multiplying around the island after you guys left.
It was so freaky! I fell right into a bunch of them. Calamus tried to save me, and then...
We both ended up in this room. Biggest scare of my life, for sure.
Oh.
Say, what is this place?
Are we in limbo?
Alula! We're not dead! Wait, are we?
Good question. Hey, Elizabeth, are they gonna be okay?
They're fine! They're fine, baby! Everyone's fine! World machine. Don't worry, everyone going home.
Oh, well, Elizabeth says you're not dead.
Phew.
He also said you'll be able to go back home very soon. That's even better than Limbo. Limbo, 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 limbo. Robot! Robot. Off you go, Messiah. Big robot.
Lamp dude!
It's you! Glad to see you, and I'm pleased. Glad to see you're okay, too. After the whole elevator thing.
That was the most awkward elevator ride I've ever been through. And by awkward, I mean terrible, awful, bad, the absolute worst. Squares, like, started leaking into the room, right? And I was trapped like a rat. And then they just kept filling the room faster, right? Am I dead?
No, you're fine. Everyone in this room is fine. You'll be able to go back home soon.
Oh, thank goodness gracious. I can't work when I'm dead. That should not be your concern, dude. Thank you, testers, for your hard work.
Oh, thank you for thanking me, game.
Hey, it's everybody. It's Cedric, Protobot, and Drew. Looks like you managed to do it.
You managed to tame the world machine, Nico. I feel like the world machine has been tamed this whole time. Just by Elizabeth and I being here. We did spend a lot of time here, after all. Both of us never really stopped believing in the world. The world machine just needed to realize that, I guess.
That sounds like a possibility. Or not.
Well, just throwing that idea out there.
Do you have unique things to say? This path leads to the summit of the tower. You already knew what to expect, right?
Mm-hmm. It's the glass room, right?
That's it. You can go through this portal when you're ready.
Goodbye, Nico.
No, don't say goodbye, I'll cry more. In the end, the world machine was starting to create its own code. Going above and beyond its pure programming, not as a result of error, but as a conscious choice or on the part of the machine. Being able to generate its own path forward. That's what being tamed is all about. Could have said it better myself. Bye, Rue.
Wow. Thank you for everything, Nico. We'll miss you.
And then
this is where the sun belongs. Here goes nothing, Elizabeth.
put the sun down.
Ah.
It's too bright, I can't see. Yay! Squares are getting better. Yay. George, how you do? Oh, you're already back home. Yay! That was very fast. Thank you, Wood Machine, for doing a quick teleportee. Yay! Calamus and Alula get to enjoy the sun. Yay. I didn't murder the plant lady. Plant lady was in the ending credits and she said she was fine.
It too.
Profit bot, you're good. How you do? Hello.
This is the room I first woke up in. Elizabeth? Are you still here? Elizabeth?
Yep. Hey, buddy.
Elizabeth! I think it worked.
It did.
The sun is back. I actually got to see it this time. We actually did it. So, what do we do now? I guess I should figure out how to get home from here. Wait. This isn't a door, is it? This looks like one of those portals we saw all the way back in the city. In the room behind the big clock. And I see a wheat field on the other side. I see my village. I hear my mama. She's looking for me. Elizabeth. This isn't the first time we've said goodbye, is it? But this will be the last time, won't it? I don't think we'll ever see each other again after this. And what will become of the world? I don't know the answer to that, Nox. After all we've been through. After everything we've done. Yes, Laura, this is definitely suffering, Flora. I guess my words are getting all slurred. Making me all choked up. I still don't know. This place, these people, won't stop existing. They'll be in your memory. They'll be in my memory too. And I guess chats. You chat. I promise I'll never forget this world. I promise I'll never forget you, Elizabeth. So take care of yourself, okay? You too, Betty. Okay, Nox, you won't remember, apparently. Goodbye, Nico. Goodbye, Elizabeth. Oh, he's walking on my desktop now. Oh, it's spreading through my taskbar. Bye, Nico. Nope. The game shut down. Okay, Flora. Thank you for also crying in solidarity with me. I appreciate it. Oh god, I'm blubbering like an idiot. I'm very sorry, everyone in chat. I feel like every time I finish a game, I end up crying on stream. Feels. Yeah, I'm having feels right now. Fair enough. Turtle suffering. He's already or they're already desensitized to this, so. Okay. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed seeing the game. Sorry for getting so emotional. Here, I'll switch to this version so I'm not quite so small. I'm a little bit big. Whoosh. Tower over the chat, people. Thank you, Sasha. Open the game again. And choose the ... option. Okay. Alright. Just making sure it's coming up with... Oh, we won't... I have to switch back to the other scene, sorry. Game, come on. Boop, boop. There we go. Okay, it took a second. But it's here now, don't worry. Okay, I'm good. I'm not sounding very good right now. I'm gonna blow my nose. Sorry. I'm gonna mute myself so you don't hear it. 1 second. I don't know if that helped anything, but I certainly have less phlegm in my nose. Okay. Oh, I have to click back to the game if I want to click the ... option.
I did. Yes, I am emotionally devastated, but yes, I did enjoy the game, Flora. Thank you. Thank you for making me play it. All right, go back to the game. Go to this dot dot dot. Oh, hey, world machine. Hello, Elizabeth. You're back. I restored the world. I sent Nico home. Are you not happy? Even if you wanted to see Nico again, you can't, Elizabeth. Nico's gone. And without Nico, there is no story for me to tell, no Messiah to traverse across the land, no way for you to connect with the world. But Nico still remembers this place. If you really want to see this world again, I could still... Oh, but it won't be the same. It'll just be a recording. It'll just it's just be me using Nico's memories. Just like I'm using Nico's reflection now. Is that what you want? No. No, I don't. No. The option is on the bottom, yeah. No, I don't. It's okay. I'm good. I still have all the memories, just like I told Nico when I sent him home. So, let's replay the game to normal route. I see. If you want to change your mind, though, feel free to come back. It's not like I'm going anywhere. Bye-bye. And the game shut down again. Just so people are aware what happened. The game shuts itself down. I didn't push anything. All right. Back here. Okay. It is midnight here. I have definitely gone over time. But thank you so much for joining me on getting the, I guess, golden ending. I guess it's called the solstice ending based on that password of one shot. Everybody's saved now. Ooh, yay. I hope you enjoyed. I apologize for running a bit late, but I hope you enjoyed anyways. Just in terms of what's coming up for more stuff, 24-hour stream when I do not have the stamina for a 24-hour stream. I am decrepit and broken and not suited to 24-hour streams. I remember doing a 6-hour stream once and I was pretty wrecked afterwards. So 1-second streams are very fast, but I don't know if it's worth anyone's time. So I won't do that either. Anyways, again, thank you so much for joining me for the stream. Welcome to our new followers. Thank you for coming by. There are 3 other members of the Dungeon Lounge. They are Lich Lord Mal, who I think he's hanging out here in the chat. He is a lich, obviously. There's Flora the Dragon and Sasha the Griffin. Sasha will be streaming tomorrow along with Flora. I believe they're going to be playing some Stardew Valley if you want to come check them out and say hello. I won't be available. I'm going to my sister's birthday and hopefully I don't get COVID. Anyways, long story. Don't want to go into it. Sunday, all 4 of us will be streaming together, and we're going to be playing Made, the RPG, which will be taking place in space. Okay, who played that? Mal, thank you. Thank you for playing Good Morning, Motherfuckers. Okay. Oh, dear. Oh, no, you got an ad. I'm sorry. I tried it. We put them to the bare minimum we could get away with, which the lowest that Twitch would allow for an ad was 30 seconds, which is annoying.
This quiet offense, Slanesh.
Mal, I would like to do my end of stream. No, I'm going to have dubstep now instead of ending the stream. Thank you, Mal. Okay, good. I'll continue with the schedule now that I'm not being interrupted by Slanesh dubstep. Or is it Emperor's Children dubstep? I don't know. Anyways. Sunday, Maids in space. Keep saying the time. Do not. Anyways, Sunday, 2 o'clock Eastern should be the maids role playing game that we're going to be playing. Me, Flora, and Sasha are playing the maids. Mal is going to be the game master, aka the master of the maids, is my understanding. Then on Monday, Flora. Oh, I gotta hydrate. Oh, I've got 2 hydrates. Oh no, I'm gonna drown. Oh no. 1 hydrate. 2 hydrate. There we go. 2 sippies. Okay. Monday. Flora. She plays Elden Ring. Usually starts around 2 o'clock Eastern. She thinks she's getting along there. I think she's. I don't know if she's close, but she's close. Um, Then Tuesday, it's a double stream day. Sasha, I believe, is going to be doing. She does a chatting program where she talks about some aspects of fandom that she likes to talk about. I believe it's Doctor Who that's winning the poll right now for her current topic. Prior topics have been Warhammer and the boys she likes, and there was one other topic. I'll remember it later. I'll remember it like as soon as that. Maybe become a magical girl in your dreams. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, in theory, I should have become a magical girl at 16 if it was going to happen, and it didn't. I'm here an adult, not a magical girl. Life is suffering. Anyways, Tuesday evening, Mal streams. He's playing Dark Souls. He's in Blight Town now, and it's suffering, and I'm very sorry for Mal. Blight Town is hard. Everyone gives him toxic, and it's not nice. Also, there's wheels, and they're mean. And lots of instant death. It's just Blighttown looks awful, and I hate that. Looks like I would hate it. I would just be like, game, put down, give up, move on, play something else. Okay, we turned 11. True enough. Oh, Star Wars. Yes, thank you. Star Wars was the other thing that you talked about. Yes, thank you, Flora, for the reminder. Anyways, um, Wednesday, Flora's back. She plays more Elden Ring. I think she's kind of doing these 2 streams until she's able to like push through to get through the end of Elden Ring. Again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Thursday, Mal does his Tactics Thursday, where he's doing a playthrough of Triangle Strategy, which my understanding is he's having a bad time because the game is quickly railing him, or not railing, but like reminding him that he is not in the golden ending path, and he's getting the bad choices now that he's stuck living with because the cascade of decisions is starting to catch up. Anyways, but as far as I know, he still has his pink-haired waifu, so at least there's that. Gamerifica? Remember 8 years old is too old to be a magic space wizard. Oh no. Oh, there's a whole there's a whole discussion about the ages at which you become a magical person. Either way, like 16 is like your cap. Like that's the point at which if you don't get it, you're not getting anything. Frederica and Izana are pretty cute, but I don't know if I want to be. That's not what I meant. I used the wrong word. I'm sorry, Mal. I apologize. I meant to say like you're being railroaded on a path, a storyline path, but it came out wrong because I'm tired. Because it's midnight and I'm sleepy. Anyways, I'm gonna get through this goddamn schedule. Okay. Then Thursday, we're back around to Friday, which is me. I don't know what the hell I'm playing. I didn't expect to finish the golden route or the solstice route of one shot in one thing because it took me 2 sessions to do the first route. So I thought I had a week buffer. I have to figure out what the hell I'm playing. Maybe I'll make a Twitter poll. I don't know. Here's a plug for Twitter. Thank you for Crab Rave, Mal. I got through the schedule before you queued it, so take that. Ha! Okay. Anyways. No, you're not. What am I not about? I don't know. I don't remember what part of the chat you're responding to. Anyways, okay, that's the entirety of the schedule. Also, we have Twitters if you want to follow. At the very least, if you're interested to see what the hell I'm playing next, go check out my Twitter. I'll probably put it there. We also have a Discord. If you want to make suggestions about what I should play, guess what? You can go do it on the Discord. Yeah. Also, I'll talk about Final Fantasy XIV and probably put glams of my character. Because I also do that. There's also pictures of cats, because Sasha likes cats. I would join the Discord. Yeah, right there. Oh, but your Nitro expired day. That's okay. Our Discord is free. We don't have any requirements. Oh, okay. You need more. You need your Nitro to be on. I didn't know they had a server restriction. That's weird. Then again, I don't join a lot of servers because I'm not sociable. I just hang out in my little corner of the internet. And then finally, we have a YouTube, which is also known as our VOD dumping ground, where you can see playthroughs. That is a lot of Discords. I'm impressed. I have like 10. I don't know. It's Nitro gives you 200. Okay, without it, it's 100. Gotcha. I learned today. All right. I think I did all the promotions. I think I did all the schedules, to the best of my knowledge. So, what is left? Raiding. Yeah, raiding. Does anyone have any suggestions about who I should raid? If not, I will pick someone because, yeah, that's what I do. I will pick someone. But you can also give me suggestions. Okay, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh, apparently you get lots of bonuses in Nitro. Thank you. I appreciate the support. All right, I still have to pick someone to go bother, though. Bother. Okay. You know what? We haven't seen. Have you considered doing Tomodachi Life? Is that what system is that on? I don't own it anyway, so that would probably be a big thing to prevent me from doing it because I don't own it. I would probably like the things I'm looking at. The things I kind of had on my short list for after this were Atelier Sophie 2 because I just got that. The other game I got recently was The Cruel King and the Great Hero because I was a big fan of Blind Princess the Liar Princess and the Blind Prince. I was a big fan of that game, and I know that game's kind of like a spiritual sequel. Like I don't know if it's a direct sequel or if it's just like it's the same art style, definitely. And I was also thinking either like Breath of Fire 4 or maybe Wild Arms 2 to go back to the PlayStation 1 era of games. That's where that's where my head's kind of at, but I don't know yet. Like I'm already playing Stardew Valley. Also on the 3DS, I have no way to capture 3DS footage unless I'm emulating. I don't have anything. No, Mel, don't redeem an yeah just as I'm trying to end stream. God damn it. Ugh. Okay.
Alright, everyone, it's time for me to end stream soon. Nya nya. What the hell is a PUBG? Nya nya. Yes, I will fix my posture, my gremlin posture that I definitely had. Nya 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 nya. We have to find someone to raid now, everyone. Hooray! Oh, PUBG is a streamer that you're trying to recommend me to. I thought you were doing some sort of weird slang. Okay, we will raid to PUBG. Alrighty, thank you. Here we go, nya nya. No, we are not going to do Raid Shadow Legends. We do not talk about that game. Nya 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 no.
Okay. All right. Raid. PU. Damn it. Type. How do you... There we go. Phasmophobia. Oh no, Phasmophobia. Time. We're going in for spoops. All right. Here we go. Thank you so much for joining me, everyone. I am so sorry for getting so emotional towards the end and crying. It's kind of par for the course for me now. I think it's becoming part of my brand, and I'm very sorry. Anyway, thank you so much for joining. I will update when I can about what game I'm playing next. Have a great rest of your weekend. We're going off to the Raider now. Bye. Bye.